Story 1. Today I messed up by trying to be smooth and making it way worse. I was talking to this girl for a while and thought I was finally doing everything right. We had good chemistry, we joked around a lot, and I honestly thought I was making progress. Then I said one dumb thing that killed the vibe instantly. I tried to act like it was nothing, but I could feel the conversation dying in real time. After that I kept trying to save it, which probably made it even worse because now I just sounded nervous and awkward. The embarrassing part is that this wasn't even some huge disaster, it was just one silly sentence that made me overthink everything. I spent the whole rest of the day replaying it in my head like a dummy, thinking about every possible way I could have said something better. What made it worse is that I was trying so hard to seem natural that I ended up sounding even less natural. Now I'm just left with that awful feeling where you know you blew your shot by being too in my own head. I'm probably going to remember this random conversation for way too long. Here's the short version. I was talking to a girl and tried way too hard to be smooth, but one dumb thing killed the vibe. Now I'm stuck replaying it and cringing at myself. Story 2. Today I messed up by forgetting my camera was on during a company-wide Zoom call while wearing only boxers. This actually happened about 2 weeks ago, and I'm still dying inside every time I look at my Slack notifications. I work from home, and like many remote workers, my professional attire is purely from the waist up. On this particular Tuesday, we had a massive company-wide meeting, about 80+ people including the regional VP. Since I was just a viewer and didn't have to speak, I was sitting at my desk in a nice iron button-up shirt and absolutely nothing underneath except my neon green boxer briefs. About 20 minutes into the meeting, my cat, Buster, decided it was the perfect time to knock over a full mug of black coffee right next to my laptop. In a state of pure, unadulterated panic, I didn't just push my chair back, I stood up completely, bent over the desk, and started frantically wiping the coffee with a bunch of tissues. Here's the freak up. I completely forgot that my camera was turned on. For a solid 15 seconds, 80 of my coworkers, including my managers and the VP, were treated to a front-row, high-definition view of my neon green boxers and my pale, hairy legs as I frantically scrubbed coffee off my desk. I didn't realize until my phone started vibrating so hard it almost fell off the desk. It was my work best friend spamming me, "Dude, turn off your cam now, you are in your underwear." I froze, looked at the screen, saw my own tiny box showing my lower half to the world, and slammed my laptop shut. I didn't log back in. I just sat in the dark for an hour considering changing my name and moving to Mongolia. Thankfully, my manager is a cool guy. He messaged me later saying, "Nice boxers, but let's keep the dress code a bit more covered next time." Nobody else brought it up directly, but the awkward silences in my meetings this past week have been deafening. Here's the short version. Spilled coffee during a massive 80-person company Zoom call, stood up in a panic to clean it, and forgot my camera was on, exposing my neon green boxers to the entire company including the VP. Story 3. Today I messed up by ignoring red flags from my boyfriend. "Hi guys, college girl here, I'm sorry, I just really need help." Yes, I posted this as a few other subreddits, so please don't crucify me if you've seen this already. To summarize, I found gay porn on my boyfriend's phone. We had a conversation about it and he cried about it and talked about how he's talked to men online sexually more times than he can count, but that some of them look like women and so it's really not gay, and he blocks them when he's done with them anyways, so it doesn't matter because they aren't real. He also said it's not a big deal because it's not like he'd date a guy or anything. But that he used to be gay, and although he's still struggling, God is doing the work and I was sent by God to help him out with being straight. He also claimed he hasn't talked to anyone sexually since we got together. We've been together 4 months, have not had sex yet. However, there is also a really close friend he has, we will call him John, who he had a massive fallout with right before him and I started dating. Like the week he started to pursue me, him and his friend fell out. He refuses to talk about it, but he has a message asking that friend, "Are you into me?" and when the friend said no he followed it up with, "Just joking, ha." But he was so emotionally attached to this friend and still affected by him. It's like this friend's emotions determined my boyfriend's emotions. Even after the fallout, whenever they are in the same place my boyfriend stares in his direction constantly. When they were friends, I noticed every hug that he had with the friend, his hands would linger on or above the friend's waist for a few seconds after the hug. He even wrote him a big apology letter, that I didn't read, to try to become friends with him again. Maybe this is jealousy, but this has made me feel like I'm not enough for my boyfriend. This friend of his came to me before me and my boyfriend started dating, because we were all friends, and confided in me about how one night he had a pretty bad panic attack, and my boyfriend did a lot of back rubbing, arm tracing and hugging, and even attempted to cuddle him that night. John felt uncomfortable about it and didn't know what to do. I told him I was pretty sure he was just trying to find ways to comfort him. With this new information though, I see it differently. He has expressed missing John, and even reached out to John, and he is acting hot and cold towards John. It's odd because apparently my boyfriend asked John for space and blamed it on his panic attack, and now he's trying to be in John's life again. One day he is wanting to hang out and sending him reels, and the other he is completely ignoring John. It's almost as if he wants him back but not too close. It's like 5th grade stuff. I'm not sure what's going on there. Hoping it's just close friends with blurred boundaries. In my head realistically he genuinely could have just been close friends with John, and is into me. I'm really not sure what I should do. And my mind is mush. Also, I do realize he could be bisexual or any other label, but he certainly isn't as into me as originally thought. Here's the short version: my boyfriend is probably gay. Admittedly to doing gay things, but said he's not gay anymore. Might be into his friend. Story 4. Today I messed up by trying to help someone in the supermarket. Me, FN28, and my friend, F26, went to the local supermarket to pick up some bevs after a day of hard work in the garden with our partners. We were in the soft drinks aisle to get some mixers when an elderly woman caught my eye and asked me to help her reach some ginger beer on the top shelf. There were only a couple of bottles left and they were right at the back. I am 5 feet 7 inches, so that was out of my reach, but someone asked for my help. I'm helping. I tried climbing onto the bottom shelf to reach it, but it was still too far away. Why do they make the top shelf so deep? My friend, also wanting to help, told me to lift them up to get it, but I couldn't get them high enough. Now, this next bit is where I made it weird. I have a degree in circus, so I spent 2 years learning how to stand on other people and be stood on safely. So when this didn't work my mind immediately went to my friend standing on my back to reach it. Me and my fellow circus students used to stand on each other's shoulders to help people out when we were at uni, so I didn't even think about it and immediately got on all fours and went, stand on my back. When they didn't immediately do this I looked up, still on all fours, at my friend and the elderly woman who were both looking down at me with vague horror, which is when I realized that this was definitely a weird thing for me to have done. The lady obviously refused and my friend, very understandably, did not want to join in with the very embarrassing thing I was doing. So I got up and we carried on with our shopping. Faced with tears of joy she also finished it off by saying, "I'll find a man to do it," which was certainly salt in the wound, rolling on the floor laughing. She saw us again a little later and had successfully got her beer. This actually happened a week or two ago, but I'm currently watching Smosh Reads embarrassing Reddit stories and realized I have one and thought you all might enjoy the mental image of someone doing horsey pose in front of a horrified old woman in Morrison's. My friend also informed me afterwards that they both heard my knees crack incredibly loudly. They always do, I don't notice it anymore, which may have contributed to their lack of trust in the structural integrity of my body. Also, just to clarify, I was asking my friend to stand on me, not the lady. Face with tears of joy. Here's the short version: I got on all fours in the supermarket to help a lady get to the top shelf and embarrassed myself. Story 5. Today I messed up by making a joke that landed horribly. I was talking to someone and thought I was being funny, but the second the words left my mouth I knew I had messed up. It was one of those jokes that sounds fine in your head and then just dies completely in real life. Nobody laughed, the mood got awkward instantly, and I could feel my face getting hot because I knew I had just made everything weird for no reason. What made it worse is that I tried to recover from it instead of just shutting up. So then I started talking more, which only made it more obvious that I was panicking. You know that feeling when you can hear yourself getting worse while it's happening and you still can't stop? Yeah, that was me. I kept trying to act normal, but the whole thing was already gone. After that I just wanted to disappear and pretend it never happened. I'm still thinking about it way more than I should, which somehow makes it even more embarrassing. I really should have just kept my mouth shut for once. Here's the short version: I tried to be funny and the joke completely bombed, which made everything awkward. I then made it worse by trying to recover and now I'm stuck cringing about it. Story 6. Today I messed up by telling a coworker I am in an open marriage. Just a short backstory. 5 years ago I started my first job after college. At the same time a female coworker started working at the same place. We've started with the same struggles, such as getting to know the building, the coworkers. Anyway, we happen to have a pretty good relationship and friendship. In those years we went to clubbing, the cinema and talked about everything. A few months ago, we were talking about her past relationships and how she's not made for the small town we're living in. Everyone's just so conservative and she wants to go back to the city one day. As we go on talking, I tell her that I'm not like that and progressive people happen to live in smaller towns as well. As an example I tell her that I'm in an open marriage. From then on things started to change. She began to distance herself from me slowly. I realized, but thought it was because the both of us had to work a lot more, simple not having enough time to hang out as much. Last week she was hungry and I offered her a banana, as I was just holding one. She declined, so I left the banana at her desk with a note saying, "My banana, the yellow one, for you." I was trying to be funny but today she said she wanted to talk. She told me, ever since I told her about the open marriage she saw me differently. She doesn't know if I'm joking or flirty when making silly jokes anymore. She doesn't want to spend as much time with me and told me to stop making this kind of joke. Here's the short version: I ruined a nice platonic friendship by telling my friend I'm in an open marriage. Edit, I get it. The banana joke was too much. I apologize to her and will give her any time she needs. I didn't mean to be a creep, yet I do get the majority of you thinks I was. Fair. I didn't make a move, too. Story 7. Today I messed up by using my wife's fancy body wash to jerk off. My wife uses some super fancy body wash that is an oil that lathers up during use. Just like the title says, I have been using it to jerk off in the shower for the last couple of weeks. It's super smooth and for lack of a better description feels amazing. My wife has been aware of my using and is annoyed because apparently it's expensive. She told me not to but continued to use it. Recently my jerk has been tender and the skin has peeled in some spots. It's been happening for a while and I just thought maybe I was jerking off too often. The other night my wife jumped up after we were talking about it and went in the bathroom to check the label of her body wash. "I think there might be a chemical exfoliant in this," she said. "Have you still been using this? This is probably why you're having issues." "Dude, I told you not to use this." Turns out there is glycerin or something in the body wash which is described as a gentle exfoliant. I stopped using it and that was the issue. Thankfully my jerk is good as new. Here's the short version: my jerk started to peel because of a chemical exfoliant body wash. Edit TOADD, just so everyone knows I posted this at my wife's suggestion. She thought it was funny that karma got me. We have been together 11 years and are best friends, so no reason to blow it out of proportion. Hope this gave you a laugh like it did for my wife. Story 8. Today I messed up by not realizing how much I need to professional help earlier. I think I have ASPD, and it's ruining my life. I live a parasitic life. I lie constantly, I steal, I feel threatened when someone calls me out, I get angry when someone cries, I get into arguments constantly, I have no realistic plans for my future, I just waste my present with impulsive choices, I waste money constantly, I only feel bad when I get the consequences, I've never had an actual relationships, I try to normalize my bad behavior. I make people sad or angry, then go back to doing what I was doing and feel shocked when people are stuck on it even if it was 5 minutes ago. I don't like responsibility. I do everything in my power not to work. I feel entitled to people's admiration, but I don't admire myself. I get thoughts of hurting people even though I would never do that. When people inconvenience me even if they're close to me, I wish they died so they'd be out of my way. I constantly imagine myself with a better position, wealth, status and psychical attributes. I have a moral code for others but not so much for myself. I don't handle my finances well. I only felt limerence and never love. I have no real friends. I don't know what to do. I don't want this life for myself, and I desire to have relationships and stable life, but I can't handle life without some sort of trouble. I had been diagnosed family confined conduct disorder at 8, but it wasn't severe. Later I went through trauma and got psychosis for a couple months. I don't remember the timeline. In high school. It just got worse and worse after that. I'm my 4th year in university. My GPA is 1.98 and I'm extending my studies for 1 more year. I didn't even study to get into this. I didn't have any plans for a major I picked after my score came back. I just found myself in a good school and good major, but I skipped classes. I don't even know what days I have which classes. I have to take 11 this semester, most from lesser classes, which was supposed to be my last. I just come and go, looking at my list every day. I'm genuinely ruining everything I touch. I stole 2 grams off gold from my mother. It was not my first time stealing from her. She confronted me 2 times before, now 3 in total. I don't even know how long ago I did that. She learned about it today. I tried to deflate the situation. I had something and had to give to a neighbor, so after a while of arguing I excused myself and left. I fell down the stairs on my way back and twisted my left ankle and hit my right leg on the last marble stair. Someone called the ambulance and I called my mother. She was obviously freaked out. She brought a close relative we have and his wife, and we met at the hospital. Thankfully I have no crack in my bones. But after we went back home we argued again and I couldn't tell her I have credit debt she doesn't know about. We had a talk about how I probably have kleptomania, which, fair. But I think it's deeper than that. Last time I went to a psychiatrist, she asked me to bring my mother to hear about my childhood from her. I declined and didn't go back because it seemed she was trying to diagnose me, but maybe I did the wrong thing. I already feel terrible about it because I don't want to be this kind of person. It's like my life is going to crap. My mom seems to worry about this going out / getting worse and ruining my life. I think I need professional help. Here's the short version. Today I messed up by realizing my compulsive lying, stealing, impulsive behavior, and emotional instability are probably signs of much deeper mental health issues like ASPD that are actively ruining my relationships, education, and future, and it might be too late. Story 9. I, F30, recently found out that the way my husband, M30, communicates when I'm not there is contributing to people thinking I'm dishonest. How might I go about fixing this without throwing my husband under the bus? Over the past year and a bit there's been this narrative that has popped up that I'm being dishonest, and it even resulted in the loss of a long-term friendship because she was absolutely convinced that I'd lied about something that I hadn't. I've been trying to figure out why, and since I have a therapist to help support my general mental health already, I've asked her to be brutally honest with me and tell me if there's something about the way I'm speaking, reacting, etc. that could come across as dishonest. She didn't think so, and I know that I haven't been lying, so I've been very frustrated that this has been popping up more frequently. My husband has a bad habit of correcting me in front of other people, and in addition to my therapist suggesting that this may be a contributing factor, I've also considered that maybe this has been a contributing factor. For an example of the kind of thing I'm talking about, one time we were chatting with an older couple sat next to us on holiday. They asked if we were on our honeymoon, and when I said we were just dating, they got noticeably less friendly and the conversation just kind of ended abruptly. Not a big deal, but I interpreted that as them not thinking we should have been on vacation together if we weren't married, and I still think based on their facial expressions and reaction that was part of it. After our trip, this couple came up and I mentioned offhandedly that the conversation abruptly stopped and they seemed unimpressed that we were traveling together unmarried. My husband then jumped in front of other people and corrected me, saying that I was reading into it too much and that's not exactly what happened. While it's entirely valid if his interpretation was different, and it's entirely possible that my interpretation was incorrect, I wasn't lying, and I also explained that that was how I thought it seemed. This is a pretty good example of the kinds of situations where he'll correct me publicly. I'm not lying, and maybe we have interpreted things differently, but when he corrects me definitively in front of others it makes me appear dishonest. He's also very forgetful, and if I remember something and he doesn't, his default is to say that he doesn't know what I'm talking about when it's in front of other people, then remember when we have a follow-up discussion in private. Often saying things like, "Oh, that's what you were talking about, I thought you were talking about X, so that's why I said I didn't think that happened." But ultimately, it doesn't help if he only realizes what I was talking about in private, but continues to call me out in public. Fast forward to a few weeks ago, and he tells me that he had communicated something to a family member a little while back that I'll leave out because it's quite identifiable. I didn't know that he had done this, so felt bad that I'd been communicating with them as if my husband hadn't just shared what he shared, and felt it was necessary to apologize and clarify that I just didn't realize, wasn't trying to be insensitive, and didn't mean to make them feel uncomfortable, I just didn't realize. The family member then gets back to me and says they're confused, my husband never told them what he told me he told them. Long story short, I discussed this with my husband, and it leads to a bigger conversation about a bunch of instances where people have been upset or there's been drama over the last year or so, and it comes out that he communicates things differently to different people, and it's causing a bunch of confusion. He also doesn't communicate things clearly, and just kind of assumes people understand what he means even though he's not actually clearly communicating. For instance, I was upset about something one of his family members had done to me, but I specifically said I wasn't looking for an apology, I just needed it not to happen again. The family member then reached out because he had told them I expected an apology, and they had a lot of attitude when they did it because they obviously didn't like being told what to do. After discussing this, he clarified that he said that I expected an apology because that's what he thought needed to happen, but he told the family member I expected one, not that he felt it was what was needed. When I responded to the family member I didn't know this though, so I essentially said that no one was forcing them to apologize, so I wasn't sure why I was getting this angry apology out of the blue. Meanwhile, I had no clue he'd said I expected an apology, so I look like I'm all over the map and a little crazy. Essentially the takeaway from our most recent conversation is that he doesn't communicate things to others well, or accurately a good chunk of the time. Not because he's trying to lie, but because he gets overwhelmed in social settings or when there's conflict. However, I have no idea how many of these little situations have happened where he's told someone something or communicated that I expect something, but I don't actually know. And this coupled with correcting me in front of people over minor details is 100% making me out to be a liar when I'm not, or at least making me appear dramatic or unreliable when that isn't the case. I have no idea how many relationships have been impacted by this, or when it's going to come up again with the other people he's talked to, but I'm sure a time will come when I'll need to address this with some of these people. My question is, how would you people suggest I go about doing this without completely throwing my husband under the bus? I'm obviously not going to go out of my way to address this with external people, but there have been a couple of conversations over the last few years where people have point-blank told me they know I'm lying, and I've been genuinely very confused because I didn't have any idea what they were talking about. In one situation I tried to ask follow-up questions and the response was that my own husband knows I'm a liar, but they wouldn't elaborate. At the time my husband said he was also confused, and I actually haven't spoken to this person since. However, after talking to my husband we have identified a lot of situations where this has happened. We basically ran through a bunch of interactions, I shared my interpretation, explained why I was confused that someone had said whatever they said, and he then shared how he thinks he explained this situation / his interpretation that was ultimately different from mine. Thinking of all the potential instances that this has happened in is so overwhelming, and I don't know where to begin in trying to explain this to people without them thinking I'm telling more lies, to cover up lies, or without making my husband look really bad. I honestly just feel like my credibility has been completely assassinated and it really bothers me. Story 10. I'm considering ending things with my fiancé but wonder if I'm being too reactionary. My fiancé and I have been together for 5 years. He's a widower and he has a daughter with his late wife. She was 3 when her mom died. Our whole relationship, it was made clear to me that he would not marry someone his daughter did not like, and I understood, but she liked or at least got along well enough with me, or so we thought. She said she was good with me. He talked to her as our relationship progressed and she gave her okay for me to move in and for us to get married. But she confided in my fiancé's sister that she wasn't actually okay with it. She doesn't really like me and she doesn't want him to get married again. She said she only said it was okay and said she liked me because she didn't think I was that bad. But her plan is to never get actually close to me, and she's decided she won't ever care for siblings if we have any children together or her dad has kids with someone who isn't her mom. My fiancé's sister told us everything that she was told. My fiancé decided to have a conversation with his daughter about it and she admitted to having those feelings. There was a lot of back and forth and she just doesn't think there should be another woman or that his kids with someone who isn't her mom should be her siblings. My fiancé and I talked about it afterward and he said he feels she needs therapy because a lot of this appears to be centered around her feeling that she doesn't want her mom's place taken or for more kids to exist in their family that don't come from her mom too. Because of this, the wedding will be on hold regardless. But I'm simply not sure we should get married at all. I want to have children and I want a happy family, and it doesn't sound like we can have that together. But I love him and I love his daughter and I love what we have built. But I don't truly know yet if that's the right call or not, and I don't want to make any rash decisions. Story 11. Is it concerning that my fiancé withheld a chronic illness diagnosis until the week of our marriage? Need to preface this by saying I'm Muslim American and follow specific marriage practices. I met my fiancé in June 2025 and we officially became engaged in November, with our wedding ceremony later this year. Even though the wedding isn't for a while, we will be religiously married by a sheikh in a few days, marking a significant milestone for our marriage. Throughout my engagement, my fiancé has pressed me to reveal any secrets I'm keeping from her, which has resulted in me revealing some less than desirable facts about my past for the sake of transparency, which is obviously important in a marriage. She has fully accepted me in spite of it, and I would have easily offered her the same grace if she were to reveal anything as private about herself, but I honestly never really suspected her of holding on to any secrets. Today she admitted to me that a year prior to meeting me, she was diagnosed with autoimmune disease that would complicate her ability to carry a baby to full term. She met with her doctor recently and they didn't tell her she couldn't conceive or anything, just that they would have to be heavily monitored during pregnancy for the sake of her and the baby's health. My immediate response was to reassure her that I didn't feel any differently about her because she had this disease, and I wouldn't have felt any differently if she had revealed it earlier in our engagement. I actually have a family member who suffers from the exact same illness and openly talk about it with them. While we had previously agreed that we both wanted a larger family size, she explained her illness could make that difficult and she wasn't fully aware of the details herself, thus that's why she waited until she met with her doctor recently to get additional information before mentioning anything to me. I told her I'd have to be a complete but to leave her for her diagnosis alone and that she had the right to keep parts of her medical history private, but I couldn't help but feel devastated on multiple levels. It makes me a little sad to realize she wasn't being transparent when she agreed on a larger family size earlier in our relationship. More than anything though, I can't help but feel upset that I've been manipulated. It feels like my fiancé thought I might have had doubts about our marriage if she admitted she might have trouble having children, which I am insulted by in and of itself. The fact that she waited until the literal week of our religious marriage kind of feels like it was done with intention, as if she thought waiting until the last minute would make it difficult for me to have an issue with it. It also feels like she was incredibly hypocritical to press me for intimate details of my life but keep something arguably more relevant to our marriage a secret. Story 12. My fiancé wants to try swinging with her friends and calls me insecure when I say no. How do I explain her that it hurts me? Hey guys. I'm a mess right now. My chest feels tight and I can barely eat. I've been with my fiancé since high school. We started dating right after she went to uni. Almost 10 years together. She's been my whole world. Things between us have always been good and I was completely happy. I thought we were set for life. A few weeks ago she suddenly suggested trying swinging with one of her close friend couples. People we actually know. I felt sick to my stomach. I told her no immediately. The whole idea makes me feel like I can't breathe. I don't want anything like that at all. She got really angry, called me closed-minded and controlling. Now she barely speaks to me unless she's bringing it up again. Today she tried being gentle and suggested a softer version where we would just be in the same room. I still said no. It feels like she's slowly trying to pressure me and it's destroying me inside. Every time I refuse she says I'm just being insecure and that this isn't about replacing me. But I grew up in a house where I was never enough. My feelings were always ignored. This situation is tearing open all those old wounds and making me feel worthless again. I'm starting to pull away because I don't know what else to do. I'm scared she'll resent me or cheat if I keep saying no, but saying yes would break me. I love her so much but right now I feel lost, scared, and not good enough. Has anyone dealt with something like this? Please be honest. Here's the short version: fiancé wants to try swinging, even a softer version, with friends. Hard no from me. She calls me insecure and won't let it go. My rough childhood makes this hit harder. Terrified about our future. Update: first, thank you to all the people who bashed me, shared their own stories, or motivated me to do something. The amount of comments was insane, so I disappeared for a bit. I needed time to process. But something happened. While she was in the shower I broke my own rules and looked at her phone. One time in my life I did this. What I saw broke me. She had been texting her friends, the couple, and told them everything. All my most private stuff. She wrote about how I'm insecure about my size, which is nonsense but now it hurts anyway, how I constantly need validation, that's why I've been killing myself at the gym for years, and how she can't wait to finally have some fun time with both of them. There were also some really mean things about me and my childhood that cut deep. I don't even want to repeat them here. I made screenshots, sent them to myself, and got the heck out of the house. I went straight to my female friend from work, the one my fiancé never liked because we trained together a lot. My fiancé never wanted to go to the gym with me. I'm at her place right now. My friend is telling me to get it together. She says either I go through with the partner swap thing to see if my fiancé even cares a little, or I just break up. She even offered I can stay at her house until I find a place to rent. She keeps saying vengeance or not, I should end it and finally be myself because I'll have a much better life. My fiancé still thinks I'm just at the gym, so she doesn't suspect anything yet. I'm slowly moving from self-pity and heartbreak to being really freaking angry. Part of me actually wants to go through with this swinging thing just to watch her face when I walk out right after. I know that's probably toxic but I'm so hurt right now. I don't even know what I'm asking anymore. Thanks again for all the earlier support. I feel lost, angry, and silly for trusting her this long. And my will to go nuclear is getting ever bigger. Final update: this is my last update here. I might post a follow-up on another subreddit later if this one gets removed. I'm not the type who cries, never have been. I'm obviously not over her, but I'm starting to detach. I'm finally seeing her for who she really is. I went back home acting completely normal so she wouldn't suspect anything. I decided to ask her one question. I pulled her close, tried to sound soft and a little nervous, and asked, "Baby, if I actually agreed to this, what would you want it to look like?" The switch flipped instantly. Her whole face lit up. She got so excited, kissing me all over, hugging me tight, and started describing exactly how she wanted it to go, who with who, the order, everything. She was glowing, talking non-stop, super enthusiastic. Not once did she ask if I was really okay with it, if I was comfortable, or how I was feeling. She just went full sunshine mode. That was all the confirmation I needed. I'm going the petty route, even if it wrecks me. Funny thing. Not even 15 minutes after I told her I agreed, the other girl texted me that she's super happy I changed my mind and that she's wanted a taste of me ever since my fiancé first introduced us. My fiancé has been walking around like a ray of sunshine, happier than when I proposed to her. That hurt more than anything. Guess I really was that silly this whole time. We're meeting the friends Friday night. I'll try to post again on Saturday if I'm not too broken to type. Thanks for all the support through this. Really. And yes, I know this is basically almost the worst path and I don't care, I'm going with this. Story 13. I am thinking of calling off my wedding and breaking up with my fiancé. Do I just have cold feet or is this too deep? Please any advice. My fiancé and I have our wedding planned for next year. But we had a very big fight the other day, which I find to be a red flag. However, I know that no relationship is perfect, so I'm not sure if I should call off the wedding or not. My fiancé and I were in a minor car accident about 6 months ago. Neither of us were injured from it, but I remember him specifically saying, "Woohoo, now we get a nice payout." I didn't actually know what that even meant, and thought it was just lawyer talk as he is studying law and he comes from a family of lawyers. After a few weeks he told me I need to go to a doctor to complain about my neck pain and get them to document it so I can get money from insurance. I've had neck pain for years, it's not from the car accident. I told him I wasn't comfortable doing that, and he got really mad and said, "Why do you think you're better than everyone? Everyone does this stuff, it's not a big deal. Just go to the doctor and get them to document your injury from the accident. You do have neck pain, you aren't lying." Because I just couldn't be bothered with him, I told him okay, I'll do it. He said he will come with me to the appointment to help me with what to say and I don't have to worry about anything. So fast forward and we're about to leave for my appointment, when he tells me he has to go to the toilet. I sighed because he always has to go to the toilet before we leave somewhere, and it makes us late. He noticed my sigh and got so angry and said, "Oh really? Go by yourself then. Take the car keys and go by yourself." I didn't react, and went and took the car keys to leave. But as I was going to leave, he was blocking the door so I couldn't get out. I asked him to move and he simply would not let me leave. So we went to the appointment together. When he got out of the car, he walked so far ahead of me I lost sight of him, which made me feel so alone and terrible. Went through with the appointment, and afterwards he started berating me in public, saying I never listened to him, I did the whole appointment wrong. I calmly told him that he knows I don't know what to do, and he told me that he would help me during the appointment, which he didn't. He kept scolding me and said, "Don't you dare give me those eyes," which I thought was crazy because I was definitely not giving him any eyes. I was actually scared of him in this moment. I didn't know what to say anymore, I just felt myself freeze and I simply walked away. I just kept walking and walking and walking. He followed me in his car and told me to get in. I told him that I have the house keys, don't worry about me, I just need some space. He parked the car and literally ran after me, saying, "Why are you so embarrassing?" I cried at this point and just told him to leave me alone. He did, and he went home. I went home after a while, and I quietly packed my bags and stayed at my parents' house for a few days. I feel like for the first time I don't want to be with him anymore, but maybe I'm just emotional. Everyone will be so disappointed if I cancel my wedding, and we've put a lot of work into it. It's just so embarrassing too. I just need advice. Do all couples have such explosive arguments from time to time? Here's the short version. My fiancé pressured me into an appointment I didn't want to go to, then berated me in public. I'm taking space from him. Story 14. My BF, M26, just told me, F29, that I can't meet his mom because of her views. I think I need to leave him, but getting told I'm being childish. Am I being childish or is he a racist? Hi, I have been with my BF for 9 months. I have 3 daughters from my previous marriage and he has no kids. BF was telling me that his stepdad was going to pass away soon and he asked that my BF help his mom take care of his 3 little siblings, all under 10. He was freaking out because he has never been a dad before, so I offered to help him, but he replies, "You will never meet my mom." I was confused and shocked. I asked why and he said, "Well, it's because of how you and your ex raised your kids." I asked for him to elaborate and this is what he says, "Because you are raising your kids in a mixed family and there is research showing that mixing kids causes a 30% chance of birth defects. Plus you're erasing your culture while mixing two cultures together like a melting pot. My ex-husband is Native American/Mexican. I am German and I think Polish but was adopted/raised by my family, Mexican/Spanish, since I was 2 months old." We get into a huge scientific argument. I end the discussion by saying he is believing pseudoscience and I wasn't going to discuss this further. Then I ended the relationship. I said I can't be with someone like that. He says he loves my kids and doesn't blame me because I brainwashed into thinking race mixing is okay. Our friends are calling me crazy for leaving him and saying he can do better because I am being childish. Am I childish or is he being racist? Small update. Due to people saying I should drop my friends too, I slid into our Discord VC and talked to 2 of them who were up. I asked why they thought I was childish and their reasoning is because, if you get with someone, you're supposed to make them better, so if you have an issue with his beliefs because they are immoral, you need to help him change for the better. I left the Discord after that chat. Update. I blocked him everywhere and I woke up to people on Facebook telling me an account, him, is sending messages to call CPS on me because I'm abusing the kids and I'm letting my ex, their dad, SA them. Story 15. My boyfriend won't stop joking about being baby, and I don't know how to tell him it's a major turn off. Basically, my boyfriend and I have been dating for 5 years. When we first started dating, I was under the impression that he was a more dominant partner, as that was kind of the vibe. After a short amount of time I realized that was not the case and that he was growing increasingly submissive, and although it wasn't generally my preference in a partner, it was something I'd be willing to accommodate for the right person. I'm not talking anything crazy, simply not expecting the typical dominant traits in a partner, I guess. Well, I think I may have plateaued as I'm no longer finding myself aroused at all due to his sudden more persistent efforts, and we haven't had sex in over a year. There are other factors to that, but if I'm being completely honest, this new dynamic that I'm expected to participate in is also a massive turn-off and heavily affects us having being intimate. For example, we were recently FaceTiming talking about how excited we were to see each other for a visit after a long break apart, and unprompted he says, "I think I'm going to jump on you." And I'm confused. And he says, "Yeah, like in the movies you can pick me up and twirl me because I'm baby." Mind you, this man is 220 pounds, about 6 feet to my 5 feet 6 inches 115 pounds self. I laugh it off but he keeps pressing, saying how he's going to feel like so tiny and little, and how I have to agree with him, and I keep not really saying anything because what am I supposed to say to that? And I know for a fact that when we see each other he's going to act like he jumps on me and then twirls and pretends to tell me he's baby. And truly, it gives me the ick. I've brought it up countless times because the jokes are non-stop, and it's gotten to where it's no longer just funny little jokes. He wants me to talk to him in bed/act more dominant sexually, which is just not my vibe personally and has been made clear since the beginning that it never was. He wants me to choke him, degrade him, etc., calls himself my doormat and then tells me he needs to be little spoon because he's baby, and truthfully that's just not the sort of dynamic I ever thought I would be a part of. I've been managing it well enough so far, but am feeling lots of guilt about it because I've reached a point in my sexless relationship where I'm actively fantasizing about being with other men in situations where they don't say, "I'm baby," after they climax, or men who want to make me feel tiny and little, I guess. I do want to clarify I don't find anything wrong with his preferences, they simply aren't my preferences. So, I guess what I'm asking is how do I have a conversation that lets him know I am really not into this dynamic, but without making him feel potentially embarrassed/shamed. Story 16. My girlfriend slapped me yesterday. How do I continue this relationship now that I feel like respect is gone and trust has been broken? Hello, I moved my girlfriend into my house a few months ago and things have not been going smoothly. Every weekend she starts a new argument. Frequently it's about how she does not like that I have female friends, that I am unempathetic with her feelings, and that I plan to cheat on her. I've never given her a reason to think I'd leave her or cheat on her, but no matter what I say to resolve the argument, we are back to square one the next weekend. During our anniversary dinner last week she did not talk to me and ended up leaving after only a half an hour, leaving me to pay for the dinner and pack her leftovers for her. Yesterday afternoon we had sex and things were good. About an hour later she was kissing me and sliding down on me. She sprung back up and I joked I was hoping she'd slide further down, as in give me a blowjob. I realize this joke is crass and offensive now, and I regret saying it. Her reaction to the joke, however, was to slap me relatively hard in the face. I feel like I'm at my wit's end. I want to stay with her and help her work through her anxiety issues, but once she slapped me it felt like whatever love I had left for her is struggling to stay. Story 17. I am having issues with my GF who's got double standards issues and has been going through my phone, locked electronics policy, one side. My girlfriend recently went through my phone yet again. She has had a password on her phone since we met. Last week I went to bed leaving my phone out. She took my phone and went through it. She found a text with a female friend from work who had a room for rent. We had been breaking up and getting back together over and over. This time it seemed serious and I thought she was actually moving. This person at work had been looking for a roommate and told many people. I understood she was hurt and apologized and explained. Agreed not to talk to this girl in the future. She said electronics stayed closed and if I could figure out her password it was free game, but she wouldn't give it willingly. She had a trip to AK for work coming up and it went over a weekend, or she'd have to travel a Thursday into Friday and then return on a Sunday for Monday. When she was in Anchorage she told me she was planning day trips to pass the time. These day trips were either Homer or Seward. I didn't know why, but I came to find out these were heavily military towns. Coast Guard for one of them. Her best friend's boyfriend is in the Coast Guard and she's never told them anything but the worst about me, so I've always been insecure about it, but mostly the electronics and other double standards. She swears up and down she's doing nothing and I'm crazy, etc. I feel like an dummy, not sure if I am just insecure and crazy or if this is obvious. Help. Is this all enough to be this suspicious? Story 18. My boyfriend's friends, / gave me swirly and I don't know what to do. Alright, this is genuinely the most humiliating thing to ever happen to me. Basically one night my BF and me and his friends were all hanging out and the topic of swirlies came up. For those who don't know, it's where you put someone's head in a toilet and flush. I mentioned how I used to be curious what it felt like and one of his friends offered to give me one, as a joke maybe. I don't know. I obviously refused and we dropped it. A few weeks later we were all hanging out again and my boyfriend left to go pick up weed with another friend, leaving me with friend A and friend B. I used the bathroom, luckily, and when I opened the door to leave, they both bombarded me. I was trying to get away and literally begging them not to because I realized what they were doing, but we were all drunk and they thought it was funny and long story short they gave me a swirly. I feel so significant other humiliated, they clearly thought it was funny, and after I cleaned myself up, and cried in the bathroom, before returning to the living room. My boyfriend wasn't there to witness it, and I still haven't told him. I'm too embarrassed. They haven't said anything overt about it either, just subtle jokes here and there when we hang out. I feel like a pathetic school-aged kid getting bullied. It's insane. I didn't know this actually happened to people. I don't know what to do. I want to tell my boyfriend, but I'm worried he'll laugh at me or not take it serious or I'll ruin our group friendship. I also want to tell them it bothered me, but I don't know if they'd apologize or just think it's funny. I think it's clear I didn't think it was funny, but I didn't openly cry or anything in front of them. It hasn't been addressed. I do want to say that I feel like they treat me and view me like a little sister. I can barely bring myself to look them in the eyes when we hang out. All I keep replaying is the feeling of their hands on the back of my neck and head, the laughing, the flush, all of it. I feel so disgusted and embarrassed all the time. It makes me feel sick to my stomach. I've never been this humiliated in my life. Please give me advice. Edit. Wow, thank you all. It feels nice to confess this and have people be so empathetic. But two things. First is that there's no proof, so if I did go to the police I'm not really sure what would happen. I also don't know if I could get them to confess, and even if they did and were like, yeah, we gave her a swirly, would they actually go to jail? Secondly, can someone expand on the essay thing? I'm nervous. Why would this make you think that they would essay me? Edit 2. Okay, to clear something up, because I see some people asking how my BF didn't notice my hair. My hair isn't very long and was in a ponytail, and there's not a ton of water in the toilet. I hate that I even have to describe this, but they didn't push my head so deep that it was fully submerged. My face got wet and a bit of the front of my hair, which I dried off with a towel. Also, I didn't think it was that big of deal because I never heard of this happening. And when it did, in movies, it seemed to be a silly joke. I realize now that this is serious, so I'm going to talk to my boyfriend. We don't have plans with them anytime soon either, so that's good. Story 19. Am I bad for wanting to leave my controlling husband who is ill? I have been with my husband for almost 20 years now, and though he's always had an extreme temper, I've tried to move past it after each fight. But now it's getting much worse. He snaps at the tiniest things, and now I'm feeling afraid of saying the wrong thing in case he snaps again. He shouts really loudly at me, and when I want to leave the room or eat my own, he tells me, sit down next to me, don't be dramatic. A week ago, he snapped again. I don't even remember how it started, but eventually he told he wanted to see me suffer, and he was smiling when he said that. I want to leave him and go stay with my family because I'm tired of him, tired of these fights. I feel suffocated living with him. I can't sleep or eat where I want in our house. He has also blackmailed me, saying, watch what I'll do if you try to leave. But I can't help but feel worried for him because of his health. It's not great, and I don't know how he'll be without me. I can pay a home cook to give him meals, which should solve the issue, and luckily we have really nice neighbors that always share food and talk with us, even though they know about his anger, but deep down I still feel conflicted. Is it okay for me to leave him? Story 20. Brother has bullied me my entire life. Family sees him as the prodigal son, but he's the biggest loser. How do I not let him affect me anymore? My oldest brother has always had issues. He was the first grandchild born into what would become a huge family, up to 60 cousins and kids now under my grandparents. He would beat up, berate, and generally bully my younger brother and I growing up. He got into smoking at 16, then drinking, then drug use before he was 20. He joined the army, went on lifetime disability after a tour. He found out he could claim PTSD after seeing a buddy do it, and most of his squad shared the symptoms. He would need to say he had to get disability, and never worked a day in his life. I'm not saying he doesn't have issues from his service, but he went into the army an addict and was pretty open with us at the time that he was seeking full-time disability by saying the right things. His biggest vice is alcohol. He has many DUIs to the point of getting a felony and has claimed many times to be sober. Though he smokes weed and uses other stuff on occasion, he thinks if he doesn't drink he's sober. He burns through relationships like firewood, had a baby with a one-night stand, and for decades squandered his life away getting into fights, stirring up drama, and somehow getting everyone to blame everything but himself for the situations he got himself into. My parents have always worked their hardest to eliminate the consequences of his actions. When he would get into fights at school, they would go down there and say it was the other kid without seeing anything. At home he would rarely get blamed for beating us up, as he always did it out of sight. As an adult they drove him everywhere after he lost his license and basically became the parents of his child when he had custody. The physical bullying as a child turned into verbal and relationship bullying as we grew up. I have been quite successful in life. I have a great job, make enough to be comfortable, have an awesome wife and kids. He is clearly jealous and has turned my parents against me and uses any opportunity he can to start fights with me. He has bullied my kids and wife in the past when they did anything he disagreed with, shouting at my wife, lying about my wife, lying about what my kids did when his kid was wrong, etc. My parents really took his side when there was a huge incident at a family gather a few years ago, and I have been mostly no contact with my brother and parents since. He finds a way into everything to bemoan me to my friends and family, write a jab about me, or in general be a bully. I've blocked him on everything and don't see most of what he writes/says, but a lot of it still makes it back to me. My sister has always been on his side like my parents. My older brother has largely divided my immediate family, parents and siblings. They are always hoping the latest bout of sobriety will last longer than a few months and give him the benefit of the doubt in every situation. We've been to family therapy over it, and I was told my parents have some deep-seated issues with thinking that they are a failure if they admit their first child is a failure, so they lie and cover for all his consequences to prevent him from appearing to be a failure to others and lie to themselves about what he is. The issue is that by being no contact with them I largely do not see any of my family anymore. I was extremely close with all of them and now can only see some of them outside of the normal family gatherings. I've talked about the issues with several of them and everyone seems to see that his is a bully and a problem, but he goes to all family events, and since I have chosen to distance myself from him they are sad I'm not around, but on the few occasions they decided not to invite him to something he has made a huge deal about it and caused huge issues, so they don't say anything to him when he goes, which prevents me from attending anything. The bullying for the last 30 years has mostly been verbal, and I know, words can never hurt me, but yet he lives in my head and the hurt he wants to cause me I allow to affect me. I've tried hard to live the better life, and not hate him and not show that he hurts me, but I'm at the point where I do hate him and his harm hurts a lot. How do I move past this guy, go to events where he is at, and not let this dummy bully me anymore? Story 21. My parents moved to live closer to my sister and now they're upset I won't make sure they see my kids. I always felt like my parents heavily favored my sister to me. But I tried to have a good relationship with my family regardless. My sister and I are okay, but we were simply never that close to each other and were distant as adults. When we all lived close together, my wife and I would invite my parents over for dinner a couple of times a month and we made an effort to be close to them. My sister and her husband didn't make the same effort and my parents always said it was understandable because they had kids. This will come up in a minute. My sister and her husband moved out of state 2 years ago and my parents decided to follow them. They had a lot of steps taken for the move before they told me anything. My wife was pregnant with our oldest at the time and my parents didn't seem to care that they would be out of state when their grandchild was born. For me it was a sign to drop the rope and I did. Now my wife and I have 2 children together and my parents are going crazy because they have never met my kids and they have no relationship with my kids. They have called a few times and asked why I haven't made the effort to take the kids to see them, and I told them I'm busy with young kids and it should be understandable that I would not be able to make the effort. They asked what that was meant to mean and I said it was understandable when my sister couldn't make time for them when they lived 10 minutes from each other, so it should be understandable that we couldn't make the time or do the travel with young kids. My parents asked me to stop being petty and they lectured me on the importance of grandparents for kids and close family relationships. I said if they cared they would make the effort and I left it there. They have tried to follow up several times since, but I refuse to engage. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, so that's why I'm here. I'll take advice on shutting this down for good or opening the conversation back up or whatever people think I should do. Story 22. F30, caught my best friend's boyfriend, M31, trying to record me getting out of the shower. I have been living with my best friend of 13 years. Her boyfriend Mark spends half the week at our apartment. They've been together 5 years. Before getting with him, my friend had dated a long line of horrible partners that were either emotionally abusive, habitual cheaters, drug addicts, or some combination of the three. After years of watching her suffer through these relationships, I was so relieved and happy that she'd finally started dating a good person. Her new boyfriend was kind to her, always cheering her on and providing her support in every way you'd want a partner to. He showered her in affection, attention, gifts. He always made her feel safe and comfortable to be herself, and he showed no signs of red flags to our friend group. Since my friend had come from a troubled childhood and her parents were estranged from her, I had tried my best to make her feel a part of my family. She came to our family holidays, and once she started dating Mark, we let him into our family too. I'd recently decided to move out of state when our lease ended. And the morning the incident happened I had a flight booked to leave in 2 days. That morning I was showering, and when I got out of the shower I immediately started to blow dry my hair. When I saw movement in the mirror I turned around quickly, and through the doorway to my bathroom I saw an arm and a phone pointed at me. Whoever it was, they must have been crouched low to the floor, hiding behind the wall and only letting part of their arm and their phone show in the doorway. I stood there in shock for a few moments, my brain not processing yet what was happening. It was then that the person must have realized they'd been caught, and when they went to get out of the crouch position I was able to see the top of their head, and I instantly realized it was my friend's BF. He went back into her room and I stood in disbelief. I was scared to leave the bathroom. Scared, not knowing if he knew I had recognized him and maybe would come back and assault me. After what felt like an hour I heard the front door shut and knew they had probably left to go get breakfast, as they often did on weekend mornings. Then I left and went to my mom's house. I didn't know what to do because I knew my friend would not believe me. After being abused and cheated on by terrible men her whole life, she saw her boyfriend as her saving grace, this man that had saved her from all her problems and made her come out of her depression. I knew she wouldn't believe me, and I most likely would just lose my relationship with her when I told her. But my conscience told me regardless of what she decided to do I had to tell her. So I told her. She was completely silent. I waited for her to say something, but she didn't. When I asked how are you feeling or asked if she wanted space, she just would say she was in shock and can't talk. So after sitting in a heavy silence with her for an hour, I told her I loved her, said I'm really sorry this has happened, we hugged, and I left. She hasn't spoken to me since and has blocked me and everyone in our friend group. But for some reason none of us are blocked on Snapchat. I'm grieving a loss of a friendship. I'm struggling to understand if there's anything I can do at this point, or if I should just accept that we will never be friends again. It's clear they are still together because someone we know that I've talked to can still see their social media and confirmed it. I don't know if I should try to find a way to talk to her about this, because if he's done this to her best friend, I doubt this is the first time he's done this. And he has probably done other things like this. I really want to help her see she has support and doesn't have to stay with him, but I also think there is no point, and it's probably just going to hurt me more if I hold out any hope that she will come to her senses. Does anyone have any advice on how to handle a situation like this? Story 23. I am at my wit's end with my wife. My wife and I have been together since 2013 and married since 2020. She's a wonderful person in so many ways. She's beautiful, caring, funny, smart, and creative, just to name a few things. However, I'm finding it harder and harder to be married to her. I was initially going to write out every issue she and I have in detail, but I think that's ultimately a waste of time. The long and short of it is she's addicted to buy and having stuff, refuses to get rid of any of it unless I start getting mad about it, and needs me to walk her through it. She's got anxiety and ADHD. I don't think she's faking them, but I feel like she's not actually interested in trying to improve her mental health issues because she can use them as excuses for when she falls short as a partner. She and I have done couples counseling several times since 2018, and separated for a few months in 2025, which was initiated by me. I feel like no approach works. It doesn't matter if I ask nicely, cry, yell, explain in detail why it bothers me. Nothing seems to work, and it's starting to feel like stuff is more important to her than our marriage and I are. I can get more detailed in the comments if need be. I guess my question is, have others had this issue in their marriage? Is there anything else I can do? Do I just need to cut my losses? I feel like I've allowed it for so long that it's my fault too. Story 24. How do I, 31/M, explain to my wife, 27/F, that it upsets me when she asks my opinion, just to react negatively when my opinion isn't the answer she wants? Basically things like, would you rather do X or Y? And I say Y and she goes like, oh, I just thought it would be really nice if we could do X, but that's okay I guess. So now when I get these questions I usually just say I don't care, you can pick, except she will insist for my opinion and then again react negatively. It's like she doesn't really want my opinion, she just wants her opinion said back to her in my voice. Like usually I genuinely do not care, so I try to pick the option I think she will want. But sometimes I do have an opinion, and I guess what can I say or discuss with her to let her know it feels really bad when she does this? I have brought it up before, but the conversation never goes anywhere, so looking for advice or if anyone else has gone through this. Just as an aside, our marriage is great, she is great, and this doesn't happen that often. But when it does, she just doesn't get why it upsets me. ETA, just to clear some things up, this is almost always minor things. Like where to eat or where to go hiking. Generally I do not have a preference or opinion. A lot of comments suggested asking for her preference before I answer, as long as I genuinely do not care. But the issue is she wants my approval regardless of if I care or not, so that doesn't always work. I do believe it to be anxiety related, not a control thing. Because the times I do actually have a strong opinion, this doesn't usually happen. I am in individual therapy and have encouraged her to seek out her own, going to more strongly suggest this. I think it would help, and I think she knows it would too. Story 25. I want to play video games with my BF, but he doesn't like any of the titles I suggest because they're not his type of games. What can I do to find a compromise without crossing personal boundaries? My BF and I have been living together for almost a year and we're both gamers, but we like different genres. He enjoys competitive action games like Helldivers, War Thunder, and Chivalry 2. I enjoy RPGs and indie titles, especially the cozy ones, like Witcher 3, Stardew Valley, and Tower Unite. Both of us play games to relax and de-stress, but we enjoy them for different reasons. He enjoys combat, upgrading gear, and generally anything more fast-paced that requires quick reaction time and strategy. I like exploration, crafting/building, and completing missions/storylines. I'm very leisurely when it comes to games and enjoy things at a slower pace. I'm pretty flexible when it comes to video games because I don't mind trying something new even if it's outside my comfort zone, so I have no issues playing games he suggests. We've played Sea of Thieves, Overcooked, Schedule 1, Mario Kart, and Among Us together, and I had fun, even though they're games I don't normally play on my own. For me, I value the quality time and bonding experience I get out of playing together more than the actual game itself. But he's very averse to any of the games I suggest because they're not his type of games, and for him, if a game is too slow or casual it feels like work, or a chore, and he won't enjoy it, so he doesn't want to try Stardew Valley or Super Mario Wonder even though they support multiplayer the original poster. Most of the games I've suggested playing together he doesn't want to play, and he feels strongly about not playing something he's not going to enjoy because he uses gaming to decompress and de-stress. Recently, I got him into No Man's Sky, and I got really excited because it's one of my favorite games to play, and I thought, finally, something we both like and can finally play together. But unfortunately the multiplayer isn't completely fleshed out, so there's a limited amount of things to actually do together, like Nexus missions and building bases, neither of which are mechanics he enjoys. Most of the time when we play, we wind up doing our own things and coexisting in the same systems but not really doing anything /together /. Even if we do start out playing together, it's only a matter of time before he leaves me in-game to go off and do something else on a different planet, and then we're right back to just coexisting. He says we like the same game for different reasons and that it doesn't support multiplayer enough to be able to do more things together, which I don't disagree, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it frustrating because for me, I just want to have quality time doing something we both like. We don't have issues with shared activities outside of video games. We've gone on dates and outings, painted together, and night walks in the park. We've even played games together at arcades and had a blast. But with playing video games at home, it's just been really challenging to find a shared video game we both enjoy and can actually play together. And I do find it frustrating that we can only play games he suggests, because the games I suggest he refuses to play. When I bring up that I feel it's a little unfair that I'm willing to play games he suggests even if they're not my usual games, but he's not willing to do the same for me, he tells me that I'm being unfair because I'm asking him to do something he's not going to enjoy / doesn't want to do, and I'm not going to ask you to do something you're not going to enjoy just to spend time with me. He thinks we should either find a game we both like or focus our energy on shared activities outside of video games because to him, video games are a space for him to de-stress and he doesn't want relationship stress or expectations to bleed into that. But for me, one of my favorite shared activities to do, especially with a partner, is to play video games together. I'm willing to compromise, but I feel like in the long term, not being able to play video games together as a shared activity would kinda bum me out. For me, I see it as a shared bonding experience and I really want to have that. What are ways we can compromise on this and find a middle ground? Are there any game suggestions that include a good mix of action and exploration/building that we could both enjoy? Story 26. Is my boyfriend's family as unsettling as I think? Okay, so I've been with my boyfriend for 3 years and finally met his family abroad last month. I genuinely think they are really weird and I don't know if I'm overreacting. Before this trip I'd barely spoken to them, and only phone calls because they live in a really remote area and my boyfriend moved away years ago. At first they just seemed very intense. They're all extremely close, finish each other's sentences and constantly talk about protecting the family's energy, and fear-based thinking. Nobody argues. Ever. If someone says something awkward everyone just smiles and changes the subject. Also every single time the dad laughed, everyone else laughed instantly too even when it wasn't funny. It genuinely started creeping me out. Every night at dinner everyone had to leave their phones on the kitchen counter because the dad says technology interrupts human frequency. Nobody locks doors either. Not bedrooms or bathrooms. His mum actually got offended when I locked the bathroom and asked if I was afraid of the family. Everything there was weirdly controlled. Everyone woke up at 4 a.m. together every day, ate together, went on walks together etc. Even if someone just needed groceries, suddenly everyone was going together in the dad's car. Also this might sound random but they've apparently never had pets despite being a massive family with a huge house. I mentioned it while I was there and his dad immediately went, no way. Like genuinely disgusted. Then laughed, all of them. One night his sister casually mentioned she's never had a bank account because the family handles finances together. Also, I know my boyfriend and I have an age gap, which is okay with me, but I'm starting to deep that as well, because all relationships in his family are the same, for example his sister is and her boyfriend is. This might only be freaking me out because I come from a really small, pretty normal family. Or because I watch too many movies but I honestly can't tell if they're just extremely intense or if something genuinely unhealthy is going on but the whole trip felt really weird by the end. Story 27. Naturally an unemotional wall and I need to change for my fiancé. I have been with my fiancé for the last 3 years, overall things have been good, at least I thought so. But lately I'm starting to get defeated with the amount of frustration he's felt with me. He's expressed how I'm not very affectionate and I don't often seek out any form of intimacy. Which he's right about, I'm not a touchy person. I'll be honest, I don't even know what intimacy is. I'm perfectly happy coexisting in the general area of the person I love. If I need cuddles, I'll go get them if it's appropriate but otherwise I'm pretty independent. It never occurs to me to sit next to him and cuddle up there. He also has expressed issues with money, I buy the things I want before he's able to. I don't buy clothes, or shoes. He was big mad over these beat-to-crap knockoff kids I found at Ross like 8 years ago. I had a really hard time parting with them but he pitched a fit constantly. Long story short, he bought me new shoes and those went in the trash. He wants me to have all these nice things but I think about the long-term effects, it might $25 but what happens after bills come out and we needed that $25. His love language is gift-giving. He says I'm taking that away from him by buying things myself. Which I can understand to a point, but he's always broke. He spends as soon as his paycheck hits and I don't really spend so once my sons are taken care of and my bills are paid, then I might buy myself something but I would much rather out it into savings. I'm really at odds right now, this is my first relationship after ending my 12-year abusive marriage, which might be the source of the emotional stunting. I thought I was premature getting into this, but I love this man. I really do, he brings me so much joy and comfort. I try to express that, but he keeps hitting me with complaints, and at this point I'm not sure what I need to do. I'm an overly honest and rigid person. I'm goal-oriented and am currently deep in reaching those goals, so my brain is always running. I'll admit at times I am a bit of a wall, but am building the career I always wanted for myself. I've always been clear about my goals, and I've never tried to manipulate who I am. What you see is what you get, and I thought that was understood. But now, I feel like a regret he's trying to change. How do I give him the intimacy he needs, and what are some good compromises to the buying issue? Here's the short version: I'm emotionally stunted and my man needs solutions or he regrets me. Story 28. I have been in a relationship with a guy for almost 2 years. I have been in a relationship with this guy for a little under 2 years. Am I insane for wanting to leave? Let me back up a bit. The first time I wanted to leave was in October of 2025. For example, I work full-time. Think 40+ hours a week. Sometimes over 55 hours. He doesn't ever work. He's been through almost 10 jobs since January of 2024. I pay the bills, I pay for the gas, food, fun stuff. Literally everything. Tonight I was working a double, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., I asked him to do one thing. Put away the laundry. I get home at 11:15 p.m. tonight, and the first thing that I walk into is him in the exact same spot as when I left this morning. The dishes aren't done, the laundry isn't done, there's dishes on my coffee table and in our bedroom. I'm not a neat freak, but I also don't like living in filth. I spent the last hour cleaning. Knowing I have to work at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So am I insane for wanting to leave? Side note, he never takes anything I say seriously, not when my parents were getting divorced, or when my grandpa died. But when he cries or is upset, I drop everything to be there. I'm not saying I'm a saint. I'm far from one. I'm just so lost and confused. Edit, we had signed a 13-month lease. That's what's stopping me from leaving. Story 29. Coworker F26 admitted feelings for my M23 partner F23. My M23 girlfriend, 23, recently told me that one of my closest coworkers, F26, admitted her feelings for my GF. I do not blame for GF at all for this. She has never said or did anything besides being amazing. My problem is that this isn't the first time my coworker has crossed a boundary. Recently we got into a spat. My coworker felt that I was forcing my GF into doing things she didn't want to, leaving places early, making her stop drinking, not listening to her. I'm just looking for any advice on how I should proceed. We work together closely and honestly get along fine. Story 30. Update, my girlfriend admitted she slept with someone hours before agreeing to be exclusive. I can't tell if I'm overreacting. What's the move here? Update to this post. I wasn't planning to come back to this. I posted the original mostly because I was going in circles in my own head and couldn't find a single thread on here that exactly matched what I was dealing with. But when I logged back in, I was surprised to see how many people saw the post, and honestly the direct messages alone were enough to make me type this out. Also found out the post got picked up on other sites, which is a weird feeling. Typing this out on phone if formatting is weird I will fix later. We broke up. A little over a month after the post. I ended it. For a while it felt like a mistake. Not I miss her way, more like a constant worry if I just let some insecure macho part of my brain torch a 2-year relationship over something that was actually acceptable. She wasn't a bad girlfriend in many ways. The relationship wasn't bad. That made it harder for me to be honest. I've got experience in dumping solidly bad girlfriends. What actually happened in that month was a cycle. We'd argue about the hookup, eventually get somewhere that felt like real understanding, and then some random thing would surface it again and we'd be back at zero. The back and forth quickly got annoying and toxic. But that's not what ended it. Something a few commenters mentioned in the original thread stuck with me. A specific detail I had touched on but hadn't really thought through. I did eventually bring it up to her directly and she answered honestly, which I'll give her credit for. Before they had sex, she had asked him whether he saw any future between them. Not as a condition to sleeping with him apparently, but just probed to double-check if he was up for that. He said no and that he was just looking for casual sex. She slept with him anyway, drove to my apartment later that night, and told me she wanted to be with me. I sat with that for a long time. On paper it changes nothing about the timeline everyone discussed in the last post. She still came back. She still chose to be with me afterwards. But something about the sequence of it just hollowed me out. She went to him first to get a no before choosing me. Not to mention the whole idea of me sitting at my apartment when this all went down. Although on that point, just to be clear, I'm not a little nice guy and him some sexed up alpha male like some of you guys in the direct messages were describing, haha. I'm perfectly confident, having honestly gotten too much info from my ex when we talked, that this was simply just another dude in the lineup that she wanted more than me. But all this resulted in me feeling less like a guy she had wanted and desired, and started me feeling like a second-place trophy. That's probably the most honest way I can put it. For what it's worth, I don't think she's a bad human being. I really don't. But we clearly had completely different wiring around what commitment means and when it starts mattering. She didn't think what she did was a big deal and also seemed to undervalue the emotional value of sex in general in the post-relationship analysis I've been thinking over. Breakup itself was painful. She took it hard initially but seems to be doing fine now, seemingly better than me from what I've heard from a mutual. I've been pretty numb these last few months. Not in a worrying way to be clear, just going through the motions and it's getting better every day. I've had bad breakups before and I know what the other side of one looks like, so I'm not too concerned. A few people from the original post left some genuinely kind comments and I wanted to thank you for that. I think the thing I keep coming back to is pretty simple. I just want to be someone's first choice. Hopefully that's out there somewhere. Story 31. My partner says that I smell weird/bad down there. How can I solve this? I'm really frustrated about this situation because I have hypotheses about how that might happen, but I don't know if there's a solution or that maybe I'm doing something wrong. We've been dating for almost a year now. When we started doing sexual things everything was right, she never mentioned something like it smelling bad/weird or something, but recently she began to say that it smells weird when she gets really close there. I don't know what am I doing wrong because I usually bath before we do something and clean myself down there. Could that be because I'm uncut? Maybe because there are rest of ticked off in my urethra. Is there any other reason there could be smelling like that? I don't know what to do and I really feel bad. I don't want to make her uncomfortable. Story 32. Friend's wife is jealous for no reason. My wife and I have been great friends with another couple since college, but something happened last fall that seems to be a problem in our relationship. The four of us went away for a long weekend and got an Airbnb. While the other wife and I ran to the liquor store, my wife fainted in the shower. The other husband, my good friend, heard the loud thump from the bathroom and went to check on her, and got no response. He went into the bathroom and found her collapsed in the shower. He picked my wife up and carried her to our bedroom and called 911 and called me. Thankfully she was fine, she had fainting spells due to a change in medications. I'm very grateful to my friend for being there and stepping in. His wife, however, isn't so grateful. She doesn't love that he physically carried her while she was naked, even though it was an emergency. She's made comments to him that he could have placed her on the bathroom floor, and even asked me if it's weird now that he's seen her naked, and she has been cold lately. It didn't help that one point he honestly answered her that yes, he saw her naked, of course. My wife and I both think she is being ridiculous but don't know how to patch over this situation, if we can do anything at all. She's clearly more jealous than we ever realized. I want to cut her out of our life over this. Story 33. I'm irritated by my plus-size friend. A friend of mine is a bit bigger and has been the entire time I've known her. I've never said anything ever to make herself feel bad about herself. I always try to lift her up and make her feel confident while encouraging healthy behavior, not unless she asks only when she tells me she wants to lose weight. I see her almost every day at work, and every day, multiple times a day, she will complain about how she's fat and wishes she were skinny. I don't say things like, "Oh, you don't need to lose weight," because she has told me she's getting close to 300 pounds. I try and give her simple advice like eat more whole foods and go on walks because she's genuinely looking for advice. But then like an hour later she'll eat like cake or something, and if we're going somewhere I'll say, "Why don't we walk to the place we're going?" And she say no, that's too far. And it will be like a 5-minute walk. I don't want to be rude, but it genuinely starts to make me mad how she complains all the time and doesn't even try to make an effort to lose any weight. I know it's none of my business really, but she talks to me about it literally every single day. She often asks how am I so skinny, which I'm not super thin, I'm currently at an average, healthy weight. She'll also say things like, "I wish I had your body," and "I'm so fat, I wish I looked like you." It genuinely is starting to make me uncomfortable because of how often she says things like that. At first the way she complimented me was nice, and honestly I'd thank her and feel good about myself. But now it's starting to feel weird, and I'm a little freaked out with how often she comments on my body. Honestly, at this point I get annoyed when she complains about being overweight. I don't want to be rude because I know it's difficult to lose weight, but with the amount she complains about it I just get mad hearing about it. Advice is welcome, though I'm not necessarily looking for it. I just needed to get this off my chest because it's been going on for months now. Story 34. I still sleep with my baby blanket. I'm 23 years old, and I still sleep with the baby blanket that I got the day that I was born. I quite literally have slept with it my entire life. It brings me comfort. I typically only have it on me when I am sleeping or I am upset/stressed. It's not like I can't sleep without it, it's that I don't want to. My parents never took it away from me when I was a child, and I never put it away either. My parents said I had an immediate attachment to it as a baby, and I've had that attachment ever since. I also have kept it in very good condition considering the fact that I've used it every night for 23 years. It's clean, no holes, no tears, no stains, just well loved and a little worn out. However, now my parents bring up the fact that my future partner will probably find it weird that I'm an adult and my main source of comfort is my childhood blanket. It's definitely not something that I share with the people in my life. My family obviously knows, but other than that it's basically a secret. I typically hide it from people, and it's not something I've brought up in past relationships because I'm worried that it's weird. Story 35. Friend's confession shocked me. Growing up, I had a good friend in high school. We played sports and would chill out a lot. We were camping at a lake with his parents, but his dad hadn't arrived yet. We were getting ready to go fishing early the next morning. We were up late and kind of got tired, so conversation turned to what boys always talk about, girls. We were talking about different girls and how big or small their boobs were, and he made an offhand remark about his mom having the biggest boobs he'd seen. I asked, "You've seen your mom's boobs?" and he said, "Oh yeah, we still shower together." I thought he was joking, but he said it so calmly. We went fishing, came back later the next day, and he casually mentioned he was gonna go shower with his mom, and I could join him if I wanted to. His mom did have big tits, so I said yes, and we waited for the public showers to be empty and the three of us went in and took a shower together. We watched her shower and both got hard as rocks watching his mom's breast. We joked about it that night in the tent, because his dad showed up and stayed in the camper with his mom. About 5 years later, after I graduated college and came back home, ended up seeing his mom at a store near our house. My friend had moved out of town and his dad had passed away, so she was in town by herself. I invited her out to dinner that night. And we started a 6-month affair. From Daytona Beach. Story 36. My female clientele are just as handsy as I was taught male clients can be. I've been doing massage therapy for a little under a year now, and so far I really enjoy the career move, but one thing I've started to notice within the last month is that my female clientele is incredibly handsy. In the first couple months doing massage, I was always incredibly nervous to make sure my clients were feeling safe and comfortable, to the point of doing things like sacrificing my body mechanics to make sure clients weren't feeling too uncomfortable. Example like standings with unnecessary space between me and client while doing elbow work so personal space didn't feel encroached on. Well, anyway, as time goes on I become more comfortable with how I work and learn that being close to the client, i.e. leaning on the table while doing forearm work to gain better leverage, wasn't as uncomfortable for the clients as I was initially paranoid about, and felt my ability improving with this increase in my confidence. Well, fast forward to about a month ago, I'm spending time playing with table heights on our tables. We have hydraulic tables, so I can further improve my body mechanics. Well, I end up finding a really good height while working on one of my male regulars and decided to stick with that level. My next client was a woman who was super nice, nothing like behaviorally abnormal about her. Well, I greet her, walk with her to the room while doing some quick intake to find out what areas she needs the most work done and proceed to let her get ready and on the table. I proceed with the massage and going through my normal motions. Lotion application and palpating the muscles for trigger points and general tension while massaging. I then move to work on the spinal muscles since those tend to hold a lot of tension, especially the lower half of the ischias. While what I didn't realize at the time, because I'm not focused on that while locked into releasing trigger points, is that my penis actually rests on the table, and depending on where my client rests their hand against their hands, but I'm unable to feel this unless the client moves their hand out of the way for whatever reason drives them, and by that time the issue has solved itself. What I wasn't expecting while doing work was to start feeling a rubbing sensation against the tip. I did my best to isolate my hip movement while to doing the massage to make sure I wasn't accidentally rubbing myself against the client, and I then realized that my client was rubbing my penis tip with her finger while I gave her the massage. I didn't stop her cause personally I didn't mind it. There's definitely ethical reasons why you should not do this as a client for whatever reason, but I personally wasn't bothered, so I didn't correct her. The real kicker was that for the next month, I'd say about 80% of my female clientele upon grazing my penis with their hand began lightly stroking it with their fingers. And some of these women are married, which was really crazy to me. The other 20% either had their hands already positioned on the table to avoid any kind of contact or moved their hands upon grazing, in which I also moved once I felt the shift and was aware of how my body was positioned. The whole experience really blew my mind because throughout the entirety of school there was constant conversation about the discrimination against male massage therapists and clientele for obvious reasons, given statistics involving men and SA and related crimes. And it all really made sense, but what all the talk didn't make me ready for were the percentage of female clientele that are just as handsy. Story 37. I'm hating sex. I'm hating sex, and it has nothing to do with my partner and everything to do with me. Very TMI, but I squirt a lot, and truly it is the most annoying thing. No matter what we put down I always have to switch sheets or sleep in a wet spot. It's enraging. I just want to be able to have sex without having to do cleanup for 30 minutes afterward. I've used the waterproof blankets, I have a mattress cover, I put towels down. I just truly don't know how to help this. I know it's affecting my partner because I just don't initiate, I just don't have any want for the after part. I'm not sure why it takes the want away from me. Any advice is welcome. I know to some this is a great problem to have, but right now it does not feel like it. Story 38. I can't listen to music made or listened to by dead people. I don't remember exactly when, but around 7th grade I developed this sort of phobia towards music that dead people make. Whenever I listen to it I get this feeling that they are watching down on me and judging me for listening to their music. Sounds super dumb, I know, and a lot of people argue that if they were looking down on me they would actually feel cherished and happy that I'm enjoying it, but the thought of them watching me brings me such humiliation I genuinely just can't. Recently, this phobia has developed another strand. I can no longer listen to music that my dead relatives could have possibly listened to and enjoyed. For example, I can't listen to Metallica because there's a good chance that my uncle could have, so when I'm listening he could look down on me and judge. I'm also not religious, so I don't even know where this shame and fear would have even come from. I'm hoping someone else goes through something maybe similar, since I sound like a lunatic to anyone I confide in about it. Story 39. My acquaintance on the internet is a pedophile. Hey. I have a friend on Discord I've known for about 3 years, and he's 2 years older than me. He's always been a bit of a weirdo and an aspiring edgelord, but we enjoyed talking and playing video games together, and confiding in each other because we were both depressed and had been through a lot of trauma. He just listened and didn't judge or care about what I said. However, I never saw his face or heard his voice, and he never told me he was just shy and preferred texting, even when we were on our phones. We recently shared intimate details about our sexual attractions, and he sent me an .onion link to this website that only opened in the Tor browser. When I opened it, it turned out to be an erotic sex site. I immediately closed it, terrified, and he told me he liked to masturbate to little girls there, that he was willing to freak a toddler, and that he wanted to become a serial killer. I blocked him and then reported him and the site to the police. I feel sick and terrified. I hate it. This man is dangerous. Story 40. I turned to Grok because I can't talk to real people anymore. Hey everyone. My name is Jay, I'm 29, turning 30 this July. I work night shifts at Amazon, 6 p.m. to 4:30 a.m., and I've been there for over 5 years now. I live in student housing at View Tampa, and I just renewed my lease for another full year. I'm finally writing this in first person because I'm exhausted from hiding behind third-person notes and pretending I'm just analyzing someone else's life. I grew up with a lot of trauma. Sexual boundary violations as a kid, repeated groping incidents in school, early exposure to porn and sex work on Nebraska Avenue, grooming by an older girl starting when I was 15, and losing my oldest brother in 2017. Instead of dealing with any of it, I turned to coping mechanisms that slowly took over my life. I started paying for sex around 2017. At first it felt wrong, but it became a habit. I developed a strong foot fetish that dominates a lot of my private thoughts. I drink Pink Whitney almost every day to take the edge off after work. I went viral on TikTok in 2025 doing gross out ragebait videos. For a while it felt good, attention, some local fame. But when the views slowed down, I crashed hard. Now I barely post. I just work, come home, eat, drink, and spiral. I have a nice tech setup, MacBook, Mac Mini, PS5, studio gear, big TVs, but I barely use most of it because I'm always working or exhausted. I keep renewing my lease at View because it's familiar and $60 cheaper per month. The strangest part is how I process everything. Almost every single day I write extremely long notes in third person about my trauma, my mistakes, and my habits. Then I paste them here on Grok like I'm studying a character named JGZ. I repaste old blocks when I think the AI forgot details. I create imaginary trolls in my head that roast me brutally, then I argue with them through the AI. I block and delete comments constantly. I know this is compulsive rumination and a form of self-punishment, but I can't stop. It's the only place I feel safe venting without real-world judgment. I turn off comments when it gets too heavy. I'm not dangerous. I'm not evil. I'm just deeply lonely, ashamed, and stuck in patterns I don't know how to break. I want real connection but I'm terrified of it. So I stay in this loop of work, drinking, paying for company, and trauma dumping to an AI at 6 a.m. because it feels safer than talking to actual people. I know I'm behind. I only got my own place at 28. I'm still in student housing at almost 30. I don't have a car yet, planning for 2027. I watch my old neighborhoods get torn down house by house and schools I went to getting closed while the city changes around me. I'm tired of living like this. I'm tired of the shame spirals. I'm tired of the cycle. I'm tired of pretending I'm okay when I'm clearly not. I've been trying to get my life together but I move so slow. I keep choosing comfort and familiarity over real growth. I know I need to do better, stop the drinking, get the car, move into a real apartment, and find healthier ways to cope. If you've read this far, thank you. I just needed to say it out loud as I, for once instead of hiding in third person. I'm Jay. I'm 29. And I'm ready to stop pretending I'm okay. Any real advice is welcome. I know I need to do better. Story 41. I think I got raped and I don't know what to do. Sorry if this post doesn't make sense, I'm just really freaking out RN. So for background information, on Thursday night I had gotten back from a beach trip with a bunch of people, and I know for a fact I did not have sex with anyone while I was there, and the last time I did have sex was weeks ago and we didn't use a condom. I was just using the bathroom about 10 minutes ago and I noticed something was off while I was wiping, like I could feel something inside me. I was confused, so I pulled it out and it was a condom. I'm so freaking confused right now because I know for a fact that I did not have sex with anyone while I was at the beach. I didn't get too drunk and forgot if I messed up someone. I haven't had sex in weeks and last time I did we didn't use a condom. Is it possible I could have gotten raped? I've gone over every possible scenario of how a condom could have made its way inside me without me noticing. My friends kept asking me if it's from the last time I had sex, but I know it isn't. Sorry, I'm just really confused and freaked out and I feel freaking sick. Did they do it to me while I was sleeping? Edit. I hate to make this update, I feel so lost and I don't know what I'm supposed to do anymore. I went to the ER and asked for a forensic exam, and they told me since I'm outside of the 3 to 5 day range for DNA testing they can't do a rape kit. They told me I can go to the police, but when I called my county police they told me I have to call the county I was in. I feel so awful and lost and horrible and sick to my stomach. What am I going to do? Story 42. I have a massive crush on a new coworker. Sigh. I'm a bi-male in a hetero-seeming relationship with a bi-female. Really happy in it, and we've been together for over 10 plus years. I clearly also find men attractive, but am rarely ever actually attracted to any. Almost always when I'm already in a relationship, and so have never been in a relationship or gotten to pursue a man. Whether they weren't my type or I felt like they were out of my league, etc. Last month I finally met the new employee and goddamn he's beautiful. His eyes, piercings, hair and scars. With an amazingly lovely bright attitude. I feel like there's some mutual attraction there when we speak. How close we get to each other when we talk. And I can feel myself being happy and nervous, hoping I don't pry too much or info dump right out the gate. I literally check the schedule every morning to see if he's gonna be there. Only one other employee knows that I even find him very cute, but no one knows how I actually feel. I am ashamed cause I love my relationship, but it is monogamous. I don't believe I have what it takes to try any polyamorous. Relationships are hard enough and risking it all is not how I live my life since I was much younger. I don't know if they are single, and I don't even know if they are even gay or bi or attracted to men in any way. I'm ashamed to have not told him I'm in a relationship already. This is how it usually goes for me. I never seem to find too many men attractive, but I am very attracted to my coworker. I can't bring myself to do anything about it, just gonna be one of those corners of my mind. It's messed up. But I had to say it somewhere. Story 43. Is this wrong? I'm 20 and one of my buddy's mom who's like 49 or something has been divorced for like 5-6 years and she's been real flirty with me and stuff, and I kinda wanna ask her out to get drinks. We're in a small town and I know all the bartenders, so yes, I will get served. I know it sounds bad, but I've always wanted to experience an older women. I know it's kinda like a bro code. I don't know if she's just like that, but she's been really flirty and touchy. Story 44. I hate successful people. I was a very driven child. Think Hermione Granger on steroids. I was a scholarship kid to a prestigious private school, the lead in every school show. Probably pompous as heck, not gonna lie. Yet somehow I've failed as an adult. I genuinely never considered that I wouldn't make it as rich and successful. I feel like I did everything I had to do and somehow every effort just fell away. No project came to fruition, no film director cast me in a role, no money magically landed in my lap. I'm nearly 30 and I live payday to payday. I know that's super conceited, but everyone my whole life told me I would be something. Everything pointed in the direction of me becoming someone important, successful, or with a modicum of power. Unfortunately, and to my great shame, this fills me with writhing hate. I can't stand to hear about anyone's success, friend or enemy. I see very successful people, think famous, at my desk job every day, and where I used to feel excited or inspired I get filled with loathing. I can't stand hearing, seeing or supporting my friends' achievements because I don't understand why they can't happen to me. I'm so ashamed of this. I love my friends and want to be happy for them. Instead I find myself not answering messages and ignoring them because I can't stand how I feel. Sometimes the jealousy hits me so hard I burst into tears. No one in my life would expect me to be like this. I smile, congratulate, bring cards and flowers, but inside I feel like the biggest hater. I often have to picture something awful about them just to make myself survive a wave of jealousy, and then I'm racked with guilt. I can't stand this person I'm turning into. It seems to be spiraling out of control. I also have to admit it's worsening as my looks are leaving me with age. I guess I was just secretly vile all along. I cannot tell anyone this, so I guess I'll let it out here. I feel like the idea of living a normal life is killing me, which is so disgusting to admit. Story 45. People give us ugly man terrible advice like just get a haircut that will solve everything. I hate when people say just be confident or get a haircut. I swear, people giving us ugly people the worst advice. They think a haircut is going to save my appearance. I would literally have to reincarnate to look attractive. There's no amount of gym or looksmaxing that could save me. I'm tired of people telling me to just be confident and get a haircut, and I will find a woman. No, I won't. Stop lying to us. Story 46. Fentanyl. Back when I was addicted to fentanyl I called my plug for a patch. When I got to his apartment he wasn't home and the door was slightly ajar. I began calling his name as I opened the door to no answer. I quickly went down the hallway to his room. I opened one of the dresser drawers and took a fentanyl patch. At the time I justified it because he had oxys and weed in the drawer and I only took a single patch. Later that night he called me. I was so scared that he found me out, but I still answered. Much to my surprise he apologized to me for leaving me hanging and I ended up going over there to buy another patch. This was over 20 years ago, but I still feel bad about it. Story 47. I am running out of money. I haven't made any calculations, but I've been watching my savings quickly dwindle since I was laid off 5 months ago. I've since become desperate for ways to save money. To this point my greatest success for saving money has been living a placebo life. Instead of buying more of the pills I take daily, I keep my old pill bottles and put Skittles inside. Each morning I look sunwards and swallow 2 Skittles whole as I manifest in my being a deep taken for granted trust that I'm taking care of my body. At night, no matter how cold and windy it gets, I remind myself I was right to sell all my jackets, since long sleeve shirts keep me warm just fine. The pillow I sleep on no longer has any feathers inside, but I trust this way it's better for my neck. With living a placebo life, I've found it's all about manifesting an internal mundane trust in the world. I trust the systems which make up our society have been born out of a historical bounty of benevolent wisdom and not from the historical affluent reinforcing existing power structures to ensure the continued maintenance and multiplication of their wealth. I trust our politicians operate out of a love for their fellow man, and do not propaganda a reality that aligns with their self-interest. I trust that progress is inevitable, always good, and is sufficiently measured by GDP going up. I trust the new AI data center in my neighborhood is good for my local community, my country, and humanity at large. All of this trusting I do soothes me. Sometimes I even lie in bed at night and indulge myself with thinking that life is pretty sweet just as it is. Though at other times I lie in bed thinking about quantum entanglement. I imagine I'm a quantum system entangled with some other quantum system being thing elsewhere in the universe, and they're over there having some good stuff for real and I'm over here reaping the real deal benefits at the exact same time without even being aware of it. Though ultimately it hasn't seemed to matter what I trust or think to myself, at the end of the day I simply keep on losing money. Story 48. I'm still in love with my ex, ruined another relationship because of it, and will probably end up alone for the rest of my life. I don't care who reads this. I don't care if there's an answer. I just need to write this down and for people to see it. Or if no one sees it, that's also okay. I'm sorry this is so long, I just have a lot to say. It's pretty vague, so if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. I've given up on secrets here. As these stories go, we were young. We were in school. I had technically first met her in my English class the year prior. We never really talked then, but I knew her name and her face. She wasn't even an acquaintance. I didn't have a thing for her. I didn't really have even a passing thought about her. No, I, instead, had a crush on one of my best friends. We'll call her Jane. Now, the year passed, and for our final English project we had to do a court case. I wasn't anyone important, I was just on the jury. She, however, was important. She was one of the pivotal witnesses. I'm not even entirely sure what role she played. That day was so dumb and silly, but I never forgot it. I never will forget it. It didn't enact anything in my heart or whatever clichés there are. She was just really fun and really funny. Her side, the defense, lost and the perpetrator was put to death. I can't remember any part of the case except for her testimony and the verdict. I don't even remember the things she said. I just remember her talking. I don't remember any of the people, I don't remember any of the facts, I just remember her face, her laugh, and her disappointed, but still happy, smile. I didn't talk to her ever. I didn't think about her again. She was just a pleasant memory and nothing more. Fast forward to the beginning of the next year. I was just trying to live my life. I had always wanted to be in a relationship, and I always innately knew that it would be something that I would enjoy, and a joke in my friend group was always that it was a mystery why I was single, because I would be good at it. The first day of school, I walk into the school's weight room and find that I have no friends in that class. Not a single person that I know well enough to lift weights with. I sat in the middle-ish back, and a little later she sat next to me. I recognized her from English, and greeted her. What normally would have been a situation that would cause me to worry, became a very pleasant one. We just talked. We talked about all the jerk we noticed were in the class, why we took the class, and we did the "Your Bodily Dreams" assignment together. It was just fun. Now, a few periods later, I sit in my chemistry class. I'm sitting in the front right, second from the board. The guy sitting in front of me says hi, but is almost immediately fed up with me. We had a short small talk conversation, then proceeded to ask me if I'm gay, unprompted, mind you, and then got upset when I laughed and said no. I didn't say anything mean, I just chuckled, sighed, and said no. He was not happy. The next day, I walked into the weight room, and I couldn't find her. Nowhere to be seen. I was disappointed, but quickly I noticed one of my old buddies. I go talk to him, the school transferred him from an earlier period, and I later find out that he switched places with her. He became my lifting partner for the rest of the year and I was very happy to have a friend, but undeniably disappointed. Fast forward to Chem and there she is. Sitting in the spot of that jerk from before. She notices me and the smile that followed, and we talk. I learn that, because of her terrible vision, she got moved from a seat way in the back to the only one right in front of me. I always wonder what would have happened if my chemistry teacher had moved her to a different seat instead of that one. She was so smart and kind and just unbelievable as a human being. Thus began a friendship. A best friendship, dare I say. She had a girlfriend, and talked about her all the time, so I never read into it. Around this time, I was looking for love. I, at the time, still had a crush on that same friend from earlier, Jane. I had class with her every day, so by the laws of crushing, it only got worse. It wasn't debilitating or anything. I wasn't always thinking about it, but it was hovering in the back of my mind. My friends knew. It didn't mean much and didn't result in any drama for the most part. I went on a few dates and stuff, but it all ended very fast and pretty tragically. Now, every morning I would stand outside my class just waiting for the door to open. On my birthday, she just appeared. She walked over to talk to me and gave me this amazing card she painted for me. I've always been really weird about my birthday because I don't like making people feel obligated to do nice things for me. I usually keep it hidden, but she found out. That became our little routine. We'd meet every morning and just talked. It was, probably, one of my favorite parts of the day. We talked. A lot. We also texted all the time. I'm notorious for being a dry and far and few between texter, but I just really enjoyed talking with her. We'd stay up late and call and talk about, literally everything. I'd play video games or do projects while we talked, but eventually the conversations would get so good that I'd have to put everything down. We spent a good portion of homecoming together, dancing. We both came with different groups of people, but the two of us just ended up together and talking. She wasn't not attractive, because she absolutely was, she just never appeared in my head as anything more than a friend. Sometime in December, I think, I went out with her, Jane, and another shared friend to a cafe to play board games. It was a blast, but she got tired near the end and rested her head against my shoulder. She still had a girlfriend, mind you, so once again, never read into it. Life just continued. School continued. If I recall correctly, she ended up breaking up with her girlfriend in the beginning of January. For many and very reasonable reasons. Sometime around the end of February I get a really weird text from her. We're talking like normal, but she randomly floats that she has something she wants to tell me. But she won't. I try to get her to, but she won't. Eventually, one of her friends ends up texting me and putting me through a test, or some crap to see if I was worthy or to convince her to tell me. I'm not really sure, but it was goofy. After 12 hours of teasing, she told me. She liked me. Like more than a friend. I had never had a girlfriend before and, partially due to my ADD, am extremely unobservant. This caught me entirely off guard. I remember reading it, and my heart going wild. I thought that I still liked Jane, but I took a minute to think about it. Seeing this girl smile and hearing her laugh and just talking to her, it was all I ever wanted to do. I needed a minute to consider it, to make sure I was making the right choice. Google said to imagine kissing them to see if you really like them. Suddenly, I was all hot and bothered and hadn't even answered her. I could just feel it, I liked her too. So, I said so. We flirted for pretty much an entire week. Nothing really happened, our relationship hadn't really changed, we just added enough flirting to drown a small horse. She would share some of the things I said to her with her friends, which was odd, now that I think about it, but I sort of enjoyed the attention and was just happy that she was happy. That Saturday, I went over to her place. We just sat together and watched a few movies. The first movie was one I loved, but she had never seen before, so we paid a lot of attention to it. The second movie was also a movie I loved and another she had never seen before, but this one was a romance movie. I loved the movie and kept trying to get her to watch it, but she kept looking at me funny. I knew what she wanted. I did the textbook things, you know. The first time she tried to lean in I asked if she had any allergies, which, she started cackling. She did, but not to food. Which was good, because I eat pretty much anything, and I was so nervous for this movie date that I had eaten a variety of things. If she was allergic to any nuts, chocolate, or any fruits/berries, I would have killed her. Whatever. She pouted for like 10 minutes before making a second attempt. Once again, I followed the textbook. I leaned in halfway, I say, halfway, but we were very close, and waited for her to meet me. She didn't. She just kept looking at my eyes, lower, and then would blush and look at the movie. I swear to God. She did this like 6 times. The 7th time, I wasn't going to let her tease me again. I leaned in, ran my hand up her neck, and gently pushed her closer to meet me. That was my first kiss, and it was magical. She shut the movie off and we messed around for an hour. She was not nervous anymore, and very evidently, much more experienced than I was. Once I left, I was distracted the rest of the day. I couldn't focus on anything. Life, once again, continues, but so do we. We go on a date about once a week. I was never a very happy person, but with her, I couldn't do anything but smile. We were talking late one night, and the topic of sex came up. As they say, if you're not ready to talk about it, your relationship isn't ready for it. So we talked. We talked for a few hours, covering all the bases, setting boundaries, and I'm not going to lie, we were on the exact same frequency. Our goals were very realistic and all we wanted was to be close to each other. The next time we met, we tried it. We were very careful and prepared, but our first time wasn't great. It was awkward and neither of us finished or even got very far. Afterwards, we cuddled, kissed, and talked until I had to leave. We were smiling and everything still, and I have to say, the experience wasn't spectacular, but it was absolutely special, and I'll treasure that forever. The next time we hung out, after an afternoon out, we got back to her place and she wanted to try again. She had a look in her eyes and it did something to me. Our second time was amazing. We took extra time to make sure she was ready, mentally and physically, and it was beautiful. She was beautiful. Our sex life only improved after that. I've always hated my body and been uncomfortable with people touching it, but I didn't care what she did. I knew she loved me and loved my body. She was also insecure, but I constantly worked to show her how much I appreciated her. How much I appreciated her entire person. I loved her personality and her brain and the way she thought. There was a point where she was injured. She hurt her leg, needed surgery, and needed a brace. She had to walk with crutches for a while. She was really insecure about it and what it meant. I didn't care. I just felt so lucky just to know her and be there for her. I waited for her and encouraged breaks when we went walking. I drove her to appointments sometimes. We spent so much time talking. Our goals for the future were the exact same. She and I wanted to move and live in the same states. We had the same future outlook. We had the same family hopes. We even had the same dreams when it came to just living our lives. Her future profession is, admittedly, very different from mine, but they are both sciences and her goals were so exciting and interesting. That school year ended, and during the summer, I spent as much time with her as I possibly could. During the beginning of the summer, I had a trip to another country that would last 2 weeks. The time difference was pretty big and we couldn't really talk. During that trip, I got to visit a center in the country. It was very cool and offered a lot of opportunities. I was lucky enough to have a decent understanding of the language, and with some more practice, I would have enough to go and work there. That night, one of the rare nights we had time to talk, I told her that I was thinking about the center. She was silent for a while. It would be a temporary thing, only a few years, but she said that we'd probably have to break up if that's something I was determined to do. That was kind of a shock. I loved her so much, and I was under the impression she loved me too, but the way she said it made it seem like we couldn't even try to make it work. Something changed there. I got home and we continued spending a lot of time together. We went on so many dates. We watched movies and played games. Had lots of fun and sex. She met my family and I met hers. She spent time with my brother, he loved her, and I spent lots of time with her family. For maybe the first time in my life, I was actually and truly happy. We did fight every now and then, like a normal couple, but it ended with us talking it out and discussing things because harboring feelings always goes wrong. Then, all of a sudden, my childhood dog died. I never got to say goodbye. I saw her an hour before she died. I was a mess. I didn't want to do anything. She wasn't just a dog, she was basically another sibling. I'd known her as long as I knew my actual brother. So, my girlfriend wasn't too happy with me. She had actually lost a sibling before and really didn't appreciate it when I compared my dog to a person. I never said it was the same, I only said that's what it felt like, but she felt I didn't know what it felt like. I was struggling, and she was supportive, but I couldn't handle the judgment. I was emotionally distant. We barely saw each other. The next year of school started and that got even worse. I was extremely busy and breaking down from a mental standpoint. I was unobservant and just not as good a boyfriend as I previously had been. We fought all the time, mostly over text. I feel like I made her mad with every other word I said. We still went on dates, and those were always amazing, but we only saw each other twice after my dog died. The last date we ever had was the day before we broke up. It was amazing. We went on walks and explored and talked. It was lovely and I felt close to her. I remember, while we were eating, looking at her and thinking to myself, I can't believe she's actually mine. The next night, 3 weeks after my dog died, she called me. She had some problems with our relationship. I have to be honest, so did I. I remember the reason she had to break up with me, I was unobservant. I didn't notice things. I couldn't tell what she wanted when she was hinting at things, I couldn't pick up when she was mad over text. I find out later that my unobservantness comes from my ADD. I didn't know I had ADD at the time. It wouldn't have changed much, but as a person with struggles herself, I think she might have been a little more lenient with me. There was one specific instance she quoted. An hour or two into a day we were hanging out, I had to leave suddenly, and urgently, because of a family thing. It wasn't an emergency, but my dad was low-key really ticked off at me, and it was break so I didn't have much of a choice but to do what he said. I told her I had to leave, but she was disappointed. I could see something bothering her, so I was asking her about it. She told me she was fine. I told her that meant she wasn't fine. She told me she was doing well enough and to just leave and not worry about her. We kissed goodbye and then I went home. A few hours later, after getting absolutely blasted by my father, she texts me. She talks about how she can't believe how I left and how I couldn't tell she was mad. I asked, but that wasn't the point. It was a mixture of how I didn't believe her when she said she was fine, and then also that I didn't stay to fix the situation. I was really drained, but tried to talk it out with her. Evidently, we didn't come to a conclusion. She kept saying how she knew that I wasn't mistreating her on purpose, and she loved how I normally treated her and told me I was an amazing boyfriend, but I stressed her out and needed to be more attentive and observant. I was honest with her, I didn't know if I could be more observant. It was an issue she'd always had with me, and it's something I've always tried my best to work around, and I was trying. But it still wasn't good enough. I had my own gripes with the relationship. I was, and am, a huge foodie. I love food. She had a lot of aversions to food, and just hated a lot of food in general. I was always very accommodating and made sure that there was something she could eat, but I harbored this disappointment that I wouldn't have someone to enjoy food with. I have always been yelled at, most of my life I've been getting yelled at. Our relationship was mostly peaceful, but in the recent times, we've been fighting a lot and I couldn't handle it. I was short with her every time we started fighting. I also, admittedly, held a little bit of resentment with her. When our relationship began, it was revealed that Jane had liked me, or, at the very least, would absolutely have dated me to see what happened. I felt a little blindsided and always wondered what would have happened had that fact been told to me before we began dating, but it was what it was. I believe there were other reasons I was griping with our relationship, but I can't even remember them anymore. However, I let her talk the entire time, never got to, or never chose to, say my piece, and when she said we should break up, I just agreed. I thought that she deserved better than me, because she did. I was terrible to her and she needed more than I could give her. I was 100% still in love with her. I cried for hours after she hung up, and I despise when I cry because that's not something men do. I know that's not true in my heart. I don't judge when my male friends cry because it's good to let feelings out, that's just how I was raised. Every day for the next week, I was constantly on the verge of crying. If anyone said her name I almost began bawling. I couldn't even properly grieve because a huge school event was starting, which meant I couldn't even think for the next 3 weeks, let alone worry about a dumb past relationship. So I didn't. I focused on the event and the people in it. I buried my feelings deep. Really deep. Sometime during the event, I was talking to Jane, and I, when I'm tired, have this condition called diarrhea of the mouth. I was talking to her about life and she was sorry about my failed relationship and whatever. We were talking, pleasantly, and somehow, who knows why, I told her that I had a crush on her in the past. She got really excited. She said she'd been having feelings, and that we'd need to talk some other time. We do talk later. She likes me, has for a while, but didn't say anything because I was with my girlfriend. In that conversation, she admits to not really liking my ex, and how many of my friends and Jane's friends didn't like her. Jane wants to try something with me, but, due to the recentness of my breakup, asks me to make sure she won't be a rebound. I get offended internally. How dare my ex get in the way of another thing? So, the jerk in me takes a real dedicated effort to convince Jane that everything is okay. And, I do. I guess I'm a real charismatic motherfucker. So, Jane and I start talking or whatever. I ask her out and she says yes. We go on a date, we talk, we share a kiss, and we go out to dinner. So, I'm sitting at dinner, and I just feel this dread. This sinking feeling. I see Jane in that same way I saw my ex, but instead of thinking how lucky I am, I'm thinking, this is a huge mistake, this is going to end poorly. The date goes well, to her. I'm just stuck in this, half there, half screaming mentality. We go our separate ways and I vomit. From the stress. School is in full swing. I can't focus on anything because there's no time or energy for anything. Life continues yet again. My ex and I text every now and then. We agreed to stay friends, because I couldn't handle being without her. It's usually passing and nothing real. Questions about stuff she might have left at my place or about questions for friends I get to see way more than she does. You know, normal things. I'm very short with her though. I try to drive her away so she can find someone who she deserves. She deserves way better than me, she deserves someone who doesn't tick off her off at every given moment. I go on a date or two with Jane, and we kiss a few times, but I want to vomit each instance. It's not her. It's never been her. I just can't handle it. I soon become a villain. Jane and I date for months. I can't bring myself to break up with her, I just can't. I want to, but it just never occurs to be. See, we see each other every day, but other than the few dates we had in the beginning, our relationship never changed. We didn't flirt, we weren't physical other than the what can technically be called kissing, we just had a different title. We didn't even talk more than we did when we were just friends. I, as mentioned before, never really texted or talked to people before my ex. And, that just continued. I didn't ghost anyone, I answered very timely, but I just don't think about texting people, I always just prefer to wait to talk to them in person. I, apparently, go 3 months without texting Jane. Not a single word. We talk every morning face to face, so I just don't ever think about talking to her otherwise. I end up, however, texting my ex to wish her a happy birthday. We start talking. Not flirting, just talking. Talking like best friends. We ask about each other's families, their pets, school, everything. Talking with her is so natural. It feels right. Around the end of the physical year, so December-ish, I receive a text from my ex. She wants me back. She loves talking with me and regrets ever pushing me away, and just needs to see my face again. I see the text and start sobbing. I want to say yes so badly. I want to take her back. I need her back. But, I'm in a relationship with Jane. I'm a lot of things. I'm a horrible person. I'm a piece of crap, just like my father, but I'm not a cheater. I considered all my options, which wasn't many. There wasn't anything I could do that was fair to both girls. I told my ex that I wasn't interested in her and that she deserved better than me. I cried myself to sleep that night. I never stopped thinking about her. And on top of everything, I'm too much of a pussy to just break up with Jane. I hate my relationship with her. I was a great boyfriend to my ex, or so she told me, as good as I could be at the moment, but I was just awful to Jane. Not good enough. I didn't try hard enough. Jane told me that she appreciated everything I did when I made an effort, there just wasn't enough effort. If only love relationships were the only problems in my life. I struggle to keep my good grades in school and put in a lot of effort. I'm involved directly in so many clubs and activities and it requires so much of my energy. I've got a plethora of health issues and physical concerns. My familial and friendly relationships are crap too. It took another month for me to plan how to break up with Jane, but before I could, she broke up with me. She was very kind about it. Our relationship didn't change at all, we're still very good friends, but she told all of her and my friends about my inability to be a good lover. When I didn't know what love was, I was finally learning how to be happy. She fell first, but I fell harder. She haunts my dreams, my nightmares. I can't stop thinking about her. I can't do anything. Even before I knew what love was or felt like, it was something I was constantly thinking about. The idea of having someone. It was exactly like every book, every movie, describes it as. Not only am I out a lover, but I'm out my best friend. After my ex and I broke up, I realized the people I called my best friends didn't really know me. A lot of them find me annoying. There isn't a single person on the earth that I'm completely comfortable talking to, except for her. I've never felt a connection with anyone like I had with her. Even my therapist, who I got for medical reasons, I'm supposed to tell her everything, but I can't bring myself to. Maybe this would be easier if I had a best friend. If I had someone, anyone. But I don't. Leaving for another country is seeming easier and easier as the days go on. I miss her smile, I miss her laugh, I miss all our silly inside jokes. I miss how she would recap me on the books she was reading. I miss how we would just talk. I miss not having to hide anything. I miss her eyes. I miss the way she'd look at me. I miss being hugged. I miss being close to someone. I miss being happy. I'm afraid of being alone. I'm afraid that I'll finish school and still have no one. I'm an extreme extrovert, I can't handle being alone. I'm not going to change the world or even do anything impactful with my job, it'll just be a way to survive and pass the years. My job won't even let me have pets. I don't know how I'll last. I know I'm still young, but that's the only thing people keep telling me. You're young, it'll get better. I get told this by people who have already met the love of their life. Who met them when they were younger than I am. My mom thinks I'm being dramatic, but she doesn't understand. Her first relationship longer than 3 months was with my jerk father who got her pregnant at 18. All I want is a normal life. You know what, I don't even care about normal. I just want to be happy, and I know I won't be truly happy alone. Dating is a demon now, and I know it. I can't love someone again unless I feel a connection like that. Will that ever happen again? Am I silly for letting it go? I'm sorry this is so long. If you made it this far, I hope you at least were a little entertained or something. It's been over 1.5 years since the last time I saw my ex. I didn't even make eye contact with her, I just heard her voice, and I wanted to yell out for her, but I didn't. She had a boyfriend again by then, which hurt more than I thought it would, considering I did the same to her, but you know. I hope she's happy and he treats her well. I just need more perspectives. Someone to say something. I don't care if it's admitting I'm a bad person, I just need someone to see this and say something. Thank you for your time and attention, have a good rest of your day. Story 49. The Unfiltered Truth of R/Confessions. I recently stumbled upon, and I must say, it's a fascinating glimpse into the human experience. The raw honesty displayed by users is both refreshing and, at times, unsettling. People share their deepest secrets, regrets, and moments of vulnerability, creating a unique space for catharsis and connection. What strikes me most is the diversity of confessions, ranging from light-hearted admissions to profound revelations. It's a reminder that everyone carries their own burdens and that we are all, in some way, navigating the complexities of life. If you haven't explored this subreddit yet, I highly recommend it. Just be prepared for a roller coaster of emotions. What are your thoughts on the confessions shared there? Story 50. Hypersexuality. I'm 34 years old and I've recently come to realize that I am hypersexual, although I haven't had a diagnosis. Many of my past and present behaviors point toward this. I wonder if my issue has stemmed from being with people who are too vanilla, and haven't wanted to explore some of my kinks, which has resulted in me feeling seriously frustrated. Alternatively, I also wonder if I'm just a bit sick in the head and I shouldn't have the fantasies I do. I am constantly thinking about sex and I love attention from men and being objectified, which is probably strange to most women. I don't know why I crave attention so much when I've never been short of it, yet I frequently dress somewhere between slutty and classy and make an effort with my appearance because I enjoy people's eyes on me and the looks and comments I get. It's like every time I leave the house is an opportunity for me to get attention. My mind constantly races with sexual thoughts to the point I often feel compelled to masturbate at inconvenient times and have to go find a bathroom while I'm out to do this in. I always flirt with my boyfriend's friends and purposefully do things to make them want me, like wearing a short skirt while they're round and cooking something for them that I know their wives would never take the time to make them. And then there's my past behaviors, like even when I was really young and a virgin, I just remember constantly being horny and desperate to do sexual stuff. I just thought this would have calmed down by now, but it never does. I just assumed growing up that everyone felt like this. I have been completely unable to control myself sexually on a number of occasions, when I was single, which were really risky, like sleeping with people's boyfriends whilst they were nearby, having sex in front of other people in public, talking to older men online as a kid and putting on a show for them. I don't know why I was like that as a child when to my knowledge I was never SA'd, however, I did fantasize about being touched by older men like friends, dads and teachers, etc. I don't know if this is something I should get help for or anyone has some advice on how to manage it, other than a lot of sex with my partner. Story 51. Went to my 10-year reunion and realized I peaked at 17. Reunion was Saturday that I walked in expecting to be one of the success stories. Decent job in sales, married ADN, I own a condo, basically do okay. Was ready for the wow, you turned out great energy. Got there and within an hour I clocked something I hadn't seen coming. Half my class is doing genuinely incredible. 2 sold companies. One is a surgeon at a hospital I've actually heard of. A girl I used to feel sorry for runs a non-profit and got featured on a podcast I listened to, and I never connected the name. They were polite to me. That was the part that stung, the politeness. I was the kid who had it all. Captain of 2 sports, valedictorian, full ride. Everyone told me I'd be a senator or run a company. I built my whole personality on being the one who would. I have funds I'd set aside for a big move I've been about to make for 6 years. Grad school. A business idea. Moving cities or just something. Drove home, my wife asked how it was. I said it was fine and just went to bed at 9 playing on my phone. Haven't slept right since Sunday. Did anyone else go to a reunion and realize the timeline you'd been telling yourself wasn't real? Story 52. I love how fast my boyfriend finishes. I and my boyfriend have been dating for almost a year now. We have a great relationship outside of intimacy and I'm really happy, but ever since we started getting intimate he's been a little self-conscious about how soon he finishes. My previous partner took multiple hours and it started to take a toll on my self-confidence that I couldn't make him cross that line. This time around I feel completely different. He makes me feel sexy and self-confidence has been at all-time high outside of this. Lately he's confided in me and that he feels bad for how soon he finishes in the bedroom. I've tried to tell him that I honestly enjoy it because I know I make him feel good and I'm not setting aside my entire day just for him to finish. Before with my previous partner, it took anywhere from 2 to 6 hours and it was really hard for me to be in the mood when I knew it would be an endeavor. It took a toll on my self-confidence and my libido. I feel like my depression has gone down too, because I feel more attractive as well. I feel like he's gotten more okay with it, but I feel like he still feels bad and I don't know how to tell him that I don't mind it at all and it's honestly kind of hot. Edit. Guys, it wasn't actually 6 hours but it was a lot longer than now and was at minimum 2, it wasn't good either. My BF now is more experienced / better. He knows how long my ex took cause I've complained about it before when we talk about previous relationships. Story 53. Older men 40 plus need to stop hitting on women in their early 20s. So I was just minding my own business at the bus stop and this creepy man who I ran into last week at the grocery store was at the freaking bus stop. He comes up to me and says, "Hey, I think we've met before." And I started freaking out. In my head I was like, get away from me. And he wouldn't get away from me. I tried to ignore him when he said that, but then he started to say, "Do you have a boyfriend? Man, who TF are you? I'm 24 years old, leave me alone you old hag." I ended up saying to him, "I'm not looking to date anyone right now." And he left me alone, but oh my god, I was significant other terrified. I thought he was stalking me. Story 54. I have been freaking with my dad's plumbing for years. When I was in middle school I was living with my newly divorced dad. I had already learned how to properly dispose of pads and tampons from sleepaway camp because they had a huge talk with us on the first night about how bad it is for the plumbing. So from 7th grade to the middle of 8th grade I always wrapped each tampon carefully and threw it in the trash. That is until we got a puppy. He chewed through most of my underwear and eventually discovered the gift of the bathroom trash can. One day my dad had a new girlfriend over and our puppy was running through the house with a used tampon in his mouth. I ended up on the floor wrestling it out of his mouth right in front of her and my father was absolutely livid. As soon as she left he was yelling at me about how irresponsible I was for throwing my tampons in the trash and saying things like, "Why can't you just flush them down the toilet like your mother?" I tried telling him about how it was bad for the pipes but he wouldn't let me get a word in. He eventually got me a trash can with a lid but there was a petty part of me that decided to just not use it. From 8th grade until I moved out I flushed every single tampon down that toilet hoping it clogged the pipes. I still do when I visit even though he's been in therapy and we have a great relationship now. A part of me still hopes that it causes enough damage that a plumber has to come over and tell him the pipes are clogged with tampons. Story 55. I just freaking saw my friend's jerk. I found his Reddit account and saw it. It was a mistake. I am low-key panicking. I had to let it out somewhere. Edit. Is it a big deal? Why does it matter, bruh? This is an off-me-chest post, kindly be quiet. I've seen jerk in my life before obviously, but this is my friend's jerk. That obviously makes me uncomfortable. I don't know who you guys are that are so comfortable with seeing your friend's jerk but I am not. Edit 2, no jerks here. I'm muting this post skull and crossbone. Some of you guys are responding like I'm not allowed to feel uncomfortable. I'm not against him posting, I just needed to let out that I wish I didn't see it. Story 56. I embarrassed myself during a hookup. I met a guy at a bar and went back to his place with him. He asked me to go down on him. I told him I wasn't going to go down on him unless he went down on me first. So, he did. Then it was my turn to go down on him. But I had never actually gone down on a guy before and had no idea what to do. So, I panicked and told him I lied. He was not happy. I went home. But he would have gotten a cheese grater experience anyway. Story 57. My mom finally asked for something nice and I feel bad that I cannot afford it. My mom is one of those people who never asks for anything. Like genuinely never. If you ask what she wants for her birthday, she says socks, a candle, or just don't spend money on me. She has been like that my whole life, always making sure everyone else is good before she even thinks about herself. Her birthday is coming up and this year she finally admitted she wanted something specific. Not in a demanding way, just kind of quietly. She saw this nice handbag while we were out and kept looking at it, then laughed and said she has always wanted one that feels a little more grown up and put together. It was not even some insane celebrity level bag, but it was still way more than I can afford right now. I keep thinking about it because she never does that. She never points at something and says she wants it. She works so hard, wears the same things for years and acts like wanting nice stuff is selfish. So the one time she finally lets herself want something, I can't give it to her. I know she would never be upset with me. She would probably feel bad if she knew I was even stressing over it. I am trying to figure out something thoughtful that still feels special, but I hate that money can make even a birthday gift feel this heavy. Story 58. The weather is giving me survivor's guilt, but I don't know if I will make it. I live in North India and we are experiencing a horrible heat wave. The apps say we are at 40 degrees, but honestly it feels like it is beyond 50. My skin burns if I cook in my kitchen. Once I fainted while cooking noodles. I drink 3 liters every day and rehydrate appropriately, but it's not enough. The door leading to the balcony becomes burning hot by 10 a.m. The floors must be mopped every day or they will be top hot to walk on. There are no mosquitoes. No lizards. No birds. You don't feel hunger in this heat. I wonder about the people who are homeless. I wonder about the people whose houses were burned down in mysterious fires and those who have had their houses bulldozed by the government because they were deemed illegal. The air is still polluted, so it's hard to breathe. The water from the tap is so dang hot. You can only take quick showers. The water doesn't even cool enough if you leave it in a bucket. Currently I don't work, so I am worried about bills, but I am too dehydrated at the moment. And I am luckier than most. I haven't received my electricity bill yet. The groundwater is polluted and makes me sick, so I have to buy bottled water and the price keeps going up. I don't think I would survive if I take a job that requires me to go outside regularly. I burn very easily and I live alone, so I have no one to support me. But the home needs to run. My neighbor who cooks for a living, the skin on her face has permanently turned bright pink and shiny, like a sunburn. Please fight for your existence. So many people are not going to make out of this alive. The sick part of this, something I don't want to bring up but it feels so insulting, our deaths will not reported by our own government to save face, and we aren't Americans or white. So it won't matter. Heck, when I was looking for global temperature maps, the internet kept showing me temperature maps of America. It will come to every one of you, eventually. So give a dang for your sake, at least. Story 59. I found my no-contact mom's blog. I, 24F, need to get this off my chest because I feel sick to my stomach and my hands are shaking. I've been strictly no contact with my mother, 53F, for 6 years. It was the hardest decision I ever made, and I had to make it as a child, but it was necessary for my safety. Today, a weird impulse took over and I searched her name online. I found a public blog on her personal website going back years. The most recent post is about her house. Growing up, our home was always messy, but my siblings and I left in a hurry and it seems to have devolved into severe, unsafe hoarding. In the post, she actually admits to being a hoarder. For a split second, I felt this tiny spark of hope. She is reflecting, and I did feel sadness for her having to go through the things we left when we were removed. Then I kept reading. She wrote a massive, multi-paragraph section blaming the entire thing on me and my siblings. She claims that our abandonment broke her spirit so badly that she lost the emotional strength to address it all. She wrote that the piles of rubbish, old newspapers, and rotting boxes are just physical manifestations of the grief we inflicted on her. She even said each room represents the fact she had been rejected as a mother from us cutting ties. The comments section is full of her friends and random strangers calling her a warrior and believing her warped side. The absolute insanity of the mental gymnastics is mind-blowing. She was neglectful long before I left. I went no contact because of her refusal to take accountability for anything. Now, she is using my absence as the ultimate excuse to avoid taking accountability for her current living conditions. Saying that it has become her hermitage. I am not breaking contact. I am not stepping back into the fire. But seeing her completely rewrite history to a public audience hurts so much deeper than I expected. I just needed to vent this out into the void where she can't twist my words. Previously she changed details about us leaving to her family who we stayed in contact with, but they seemed to realize after a few years of defending her that we were making this decision after careful thought. Perhaps this is the only way she can talk about it too. But my heart still hurts that she can't admit the reason why we left was her abuse. I don't know whether I should warn my loved ones that this stuff is, very publicly, out there, or whether I should let them continue living their lives without what would be a very painful reopening of this wound. What do people think? Story 60. If you're gonna tailgate me, I'm gonna drive slower. Screw you. If I'm in a 45 going 55 already and you're tailgating me, I'm going to slow down to the speed limit or drive slower. Tired of people's lack of planning becoming everyone else's problem. Newsflash, it isn't. I'm already going 10 over, there are cars in front of me. Unless you're paying for my speeding ticket, you can freak off. People are driving like their wives are in labor. And most of the time, they don't even need to be at their destination at an exact time. But again, even if that were the case, their lack of planning isn't my issue. Before anyone makes the accusation that I'm someone who hogs the left lane on the highway, I don't. Story 61. I freaking hate being hit on while doing my freaking job. I hate being flirted with by other people, especially when I am busy doing my freaking job. Just because I have an embroidered letter on my freaking sweater doesn't mean ITS because I want your name close to my freaking heart. I don't even know you, holy crap. Could you not see how busy that time was? And even telling me how much you make an hour would not make me suddenly interested back. I am significant other freaking ticked off. There is a time and place for everything, people. Story 62. My coworker has been stealing my lunch for 3 months, and when I finally caught her she told me I should take it as a compliment. I work in a mid-sized office, and for the past 3 months I kept noticing my lunch was either gone or partially eaten when I went to get it from the break room fridge. I meal prep on Sundays. It takes me 2 hours because I have a specific dietary restriction and can't just grab something. Every week. Gone. I assumed it was a mistake at first. I put a sticky note with my name on it. Still happened. I started putting my lunch in a bag with my name written in marker on every single container. Still happened. I mentioned it to my manager vaguely and got a generic, "Please label your food," email sent to the whole office. Cool. Very helpful. Last Tuesday I came in early and set up my phone propped behind a coffee machine to record. Sure enough, at 11:47 a.m. I watched my coworker Sandra, who I sit next to and say good morning to every single day, open the fridge, pull out my clearly labeled lunch, smell it, shrug, and walk off with it. I confronted her calmly. I said, "Sandra, I saw you take my lunch, that's been happening for months and it's not okay." You know what she said? She smiled and told me I was a really good cook and that I should take it as a compliment. Then she walked away. I went straight to HR. I had the video. I had 3 months of documented instances I'd quietly been keeping track of in my notes app. HR was, actually shocked. Apparently Sandra had a prior written warning for the exact same thing at this company 2 years ago that I didn't know about. She's been put on a final written warning. She has to reimburse me for the estimated cost of the stolen lunches. HR asked me to calculate it. It came to $340. She had to formally apologize to me in front of HR, which was the most satisfying 4 minutes of my professional life. She still sits next to me and hasn't spoken to me since, which honestly. Perfect. I will meal prep in peace. ETA, for everyone asking, yes, I did label my food, no, I did not eat smelly food, no, I don't think I drove her to it by making food that looked too good. She is a grown adult who made a choice for 3 months straight. The compliment thing is not a personality quirk, it is deranged. Story 63. I thought my dad was an alcoholic, turned out he was just being kind. And amp, #X200B. My dad died years ago, and I think he was a great dad overall, but I thought he was also a bit of a selfish guy. He never really took care of himself. He ate all sorts of junk, smoked a bunch and liked to drink. For most of my life it wasn't outright disruptive. He'd just get really drunk at weddings, and be out there dancing like a majestic walrus until 2 a.m. All the aunties loved it, me. Not so much, since dragging his drunk but home was never fun, and my mom could never handle it alone, while my sister was usually equally messed up, or worse. But again, most days he didn't really drink and was always very full of joy and amp, fun to be around, and always tried to show me and amp, my sister, a good time. He was also the first person to make my wife feel like she was part of the family, basically immediately accepting her as his daughter and amp, including her in all plans. When my own kids are old enough and amp, start bringing partners around, I only hope I can make them feel accepted like that. The point being, my dad liked to drink, but mostly did it socially. I did remember though that when I was 10 or 11 his drinking actually got really bad, and he'd sometimes be too drunk to drive my best friend at the time home when she came to visit, forcing her to sleep over in my sister's room. I didn't really mind it at the time since sleepovers were fun, and we'd just go to school together the next day, but I was kind of embarrassed and annoyed. But eventually he got over it, as I recall, so when I was actually old enough to call him out on stuff it was no longer an issue, and me and that friend weren't really close anymore, different high schools, so it didn't matter anyway. I ran into that friend a few days ago, and we struck up a conversation. She asked about my parents, and I told her how they both died over the last few years. She took it really hard, almost too hard, honestly, and I asked her about it, then she told me my parents basically saved her life. What happened was that back when my dad was an alcoholic, my friend's parents were going through a really bad divorce, and her father basically left her and her mom, with nothing. They could barely afford food. My parents wanted to help since my mom and hers were friends, but her mom refused charity, so instead they just came up with this really weird scheme. Basically, whenever my friend was over, which was often those days, my dad would drink too much and couldn't drive, so she had to stay over, which meant my friend got dinner, breakfast and then lunch for school. And my mom would go, "Oh no, I cooked too much food," and volunteer to pick us up from school before shoving some Tupperware filled with food into my friend's arms when she dropped her off at home. It was only a few weeks many years ago until her mom got back on her feet, and my friend only put the pieces together years later through her mom, but I just never realized my parents did that for her, and thought my dad just had a drinking problem for a while. I could have spent my entire life just not knowing this happened, and we don't really have a lot of family left, so no one would ever know. I obviously told my wife, my sister and friends, but it's still not a lot of people. We don't have a lot of people left to tell. So I wanted to make this post to tell someone else about this cool thing my parents did many years ago, because I really miss them, and hearing this story made me really happy, knowing they mattered to other people as well, that I didn't even know that they just did stuff like that and never bragged about it or asked for credit. I just feel it deserves to be told, that it deserves to be appreciated somehow. So if you read all that, thank you. Story 64. I still think about him 13 years later, even if we've both built separate lives, I still feel him in my skin. I go through periods of time where I just go over it and over it in my head. I feel it so deeply inside of me, but like a quiet, always there feeling. It's not active and it isn't me wanting to blow apart my life and leave my family and my children. It isn't love exactly. It's just at night when all is quiet, or when I drive and the right kind of song comes on, I see us at 19, at 20, at 22, 23, him kissing me and talking to me and hurting me and begging for another chance over months and years, and him never quite saying he loved me but monologues of the most perfect words, but I couldn't, I was too scared and I had to disappear, so I did, and we moved on or just forgot or chose something different and safer, but in the quiet I still feel him in my skin. And it's maddening, and there's longing, but there's hurt too, and I wish I could see who he turned out to be. I'm 37 and I swear a silly Netflix TV show brought this all back. Story 65. My girlfriend broke up with me because she thinks I'm gay. Throw away account because too many people know my name. I'll try to make this short. I had been dating this woman for a little over a year. A few months ago she asked me how I felt about a threesome. I thought she was joking and said I don't think I could satisfy two women at once. She said she was serious but thinking about a MMF threesome. That hurt my feelings. Am I not good enough in bed? I told her I would not be okay with her having sex with another man. She says that's fine because what she wants is to see me getting messed up by a man. Absolutely not. End of conversation. I have nothing against gay people, it's just not my thing. Over the following weeks she brought it up a few more times. It got to the point where I felt I had to agree or break up with her. Maybe if we did it she would let it go, so I told her if she found someone I would do it. Nobody we know though. So she goes on the apps and finds a guy and we agree to meet at a local motel. So at first it was okay. We were both giving him a blowjob. She was really into it and so was I. It was new and exciting, I had never done anything with a guy before. Then it came time for him to penetrate me. I wasn't into that at all, but I had agreed to it and didn't want the drama if I backed out. I just closed my eyes and waited for him to finish. When he was done I looked around and my girlfriend was not in the room. Not in the bathroom either. What the heck? Awkward. I call her and get no answer. She texts and says she got an Uber home, we don't live together, and we'll talk tomorrow. The next day she tells me she got the ick seeing me with a guy and doesn't know if she can be attracted to me again. And she thinks I'm probably gay. I reminded her that it was her idea and she says I wouldn't have agreed to it if I wasn't at least partly gay. We argued for a while and decided to take a cool-down period. This was almost 2 weeks ago. We have not spoken since. She got her things from my place today while I was at work and left her key in the mailbox. So I guess we're done. Thanks for listening. Story 66. My therapist left me. After a year and a half of seeing my therapist, she told me today she can no longer see me as progress towards my therapeutic goals has not been achieved. I honestly understand when it boils down to it, but what hurts is this wasn't told to me in a session, it wasn't sent as a direct message, but rather it was sent after 2.5 weeks, 3 emails, and 1 text message of me trying to book an appointment, which at the end of our last session she told me to send my availability. It was also not an email message but rather a Word document attached to an email with no body message of any kind. To top it off, I got the email while at work so I didn't see it. I got a phone call about how this woman would be helping me get set up with a new therapist because she understood mine would no longer be seeing me. My therapist arranged for her to contact me. Which I also understand can be part of the process to go forward, it was just pretty terrible timing. I can't wrap my head around even thinking of talking to someone else right now. I feel so rejected and unlovable. So broken. I know I need to move forward but I'm not ready to talk to someone new and I don't know how to cope in the meantime. Story 67. The birth rate is what it is because we have a choice now. I see all of these discussions about birth rate this, birth rate that on every sub. Everyone is brainstorming on possible policy solutions to increase the birth rate. Have we ever stopped to ask actual women? You know, the people who generally are doing most of the caregiving. I'm a stay-at-home mom of 1. We are one and done. Yes, we're below replacement level, sue me. I can't and won't have another one. Someone even wrote in a comment that after the first kid the costs of continuing to have more kids are negligible if you have a stay-at-home parent because the largest cost is childcare. The largest cost is your sanity. Young children are not for the weak. It's insanely taxing to be a parent these days. We have so much more data telling us everything we're doing is wrong and what is the optimal way to raise a child. I'm out with my kids 6+ hours a day, outdoors, museums, play cafes, playgrounds, etc., and parenting 12+ hours without a break because he stopped napping at 21 months. Plus I'm doing the midnight soothings, the 3 a.m. pat on the back, etc. You don't get a break. Being a parent is hard, thankless work. Everyone tells you to get over it because you choose it, like choosing a hard, but rewarding job means you can't complain sometimes, and people are sometimes hostile to you in places not specifically designed for children. I love my son more than life itself, but I think women are being smart for opting out. God forbid you get a dud of a husband. You see these examples every third post on a parenting sub. At that point you become a married single mom who has to choose between seeing your kids every other week or staying with someone who is probably worse than a roommate. At least child-free women aren't stuck with lame exes for 18+ years. The real birth rate problem is that these are lopsided choices. 1. Have kids plus the problems I've outlined, get fulfillment and joy back. 2. Don't have kids, get fulfillment and joy literally any other way, plus you don't have to be a caregiver and run yourself to the ground while trying not to ruin your kid's life. Now that we have a choice, it's pretty self-evident that one is way harder and you have more to lose. I picked motherhood because I couldn't stop seeing that kitchen table with my future family and feeling that someone was missing. I don't regret my choice. But I also don't wonder why countries are experiencing low birth rates. Parenthood is just not compatible with our modern lifestyle and with how needy kids are for years. People need way more help than they're getting. Story 68. My stepdad told me he likes me. My stepdad confessed to me today. I've been having this gut feeling for months now and always thought I was just overthinking, but today he confirmed it. He's been with my mom for almost 12 years, they have kids together, are married, and I started living with them for 4 years since before I was living in other country. Everything was pretty normal before the last months. We barely interacted or spent time us two because we really don't have anything in common, and the times we did it was all short interactions, nothing really weird. I even started seeing him as a dad figure. He supported me in everything, paid for my stuff, and since I was a child he never did any type of distinctions between my siblings and I was really grateful for all the support he gave my mom and how happy he makes her. In the last month, he started giving me driving classes, and that's when I started having my suspicions. He become quiet touchy with me, like pinching me and teasing me. I thought he was like getting comfortable with me since he also does that to my siblings, and then later started doing things like giving a flower for my birthday and money, and later asking me to not tell my mom so she wouldn't get the wrong idea. And that's when I pretty knew something was weird. Last week, he also told me I remembered him to a girl he was in love with when he was younger, and that he is now at an age where he doesn't want to keep things and likes to express his feelings. Today, while in our driving lesson, he hugged me and then told he liked me. He explained himself, saying he wasn't in love with me, but just felt attraction because he now sees me as a woman, that it just happened and I can't blame him because he's just a human. He said that he told me this so things wouldn't escalate. I immediately started crying and had a panic attack. I felt horrible and didn't know what to say. He tried to calm me down, saying he wasn't planning to act on it or anything, that I shouldn't be scared of him and that things don't have to change just because of it. I told him that it was fine and I understood, and then he asked me again to not told my mom or anyone anything about it. I feel horrible. I don't know what I am supposed to do now because I can't stop thinking about all the interactions we had and overthinking everything. I was so mad and so disappointed. I've been knowing him since I was a child, and for the first time I felt like I had a present father figure in my life, and now I realize he's been doing all those good things because he likes me. Now everything is weird and awkward and I feel really uncomfortable in my own home. I was also mad because of my mom, who had already suffered so much with my biological father, and now the man that she loves and does everything for him does this, and through his whole confession I couldn't stop thinking about her and my siblings. I know it's not my fault, but I can't stop crying and feeling like a bad daughter. For the moment I am just thinking of moving out of home to live somewhere else, uneasy face. Story 69. Y'all aren't seeking the right things in partners. Both men and women are guilty of this constantly. Putting way too much on sexually being aligned. Like it's one of the least important things. Even the most active couples have sex 7 hours a week. That's a tiny fraction, and that's the massive outliers. Find someone emotionally fulfilling and that you can live with. Sexual preferences can change and can be dealt with separately, as in person A can have X things during certain times and person B can have Y things on other occasions. Or YK keep it up and all be miserable. It's not settling, it's not being tunnel visioned. Story 70. I'm an objectophile. For anyone who doesn't know, objectophilia means experiencing sexual attraction for objects. Pretty straightforward. I don't know what to do with this information. Probably nothing, honestly. Throwaway account because I'm scared of people finding out. I'm attracted to ships and underwater animatronics. Anything that's big, mechanical, and underwater really appeals to me. I get off on imagining how they must feel, cold metal that's covered in algae and whatever. With underwater animatronics I like the way they move. My favorite one is the sea serpent from Gardaland. I've had a crush on that thing for over a year. I think it took me a while to stop being in denial. I think after going out of my way to collect every image and video of it, and masturbating to it several times, I felt like I was in too deep to keep acting like it's just a weird kink or something. I'm posting this here because I thought that maybe telling someone even anonymously would make me less anxious. I hate having secrets. Story 71. I'll be honest. I'm desperate for love. I never had a boyfriend, some casual and almost but never serious. For the longest time I thought I was fine with it, but now that 30 is creeping up, I'm starting to wonder if I should have put myself out there more when I was younger. I keep asking myself, how do other people make it look so easy to find someone? Is there something I'm missing, or is it just luck and timing? I'm putting this out there because I need to say it somewhere. I feel like I'm craving connection more than ever, and it's overwhelming. I don't expect instant solutions, but I'd appreciate hearing from people who've been through this and found ways to cope or heal. Story 72. Not the same after a rape that happened 8 years ago. Hi, well, the caption is pretty self-explanatory. TW. When I was 16 my brother's best friend raped me and it changed my life and I'm angry. Before he did this, he was normal honestly, which I think was, and is, my biggest mind freak. My brother and him were friends for about 6 years and we all grew up pretty close. They are 5 years older than me and I trusted him. So it's been hard for me to trust most things, like in relationships I've been known to be anxious and sometimes overbearing. I've gotten help, my parents got me into therapy when I was younger, but I still think about it in most things I do even if they're not sexual at all. And it feels ridiculous at this point after all these years. Without getting into much detail, he strangled me during the ordeal and now I'll go to the gym and work out hard enough until I feel lightheaded. And I'll keep going, like my motivation is literally that I've survived worse. It's hard for me to have sex with men a lot of the time, with women it is easier. I don't think I'm lesbian, by at most, because I do like men, but I think of that night almost every time I have consensual sex and I think I am broken. I've never had an orgasm and I attribute it to that too. I think it was my first sexual experience. And therapy has not been helpful. It wasn't when I was younger and it hasn't been recently. I have tried somatic therapy and it sucked. If you've experienced similar, how did you forget/heal from it? Thanks. Story 73. It was my birthday strawberry. It was my birthday 15 years ago. It was just like every other over the past 6 years. No cake, no candles, no presents, no fanfare. It was just another day, nothing to celebrate. I sat on the side edge of the bed pouting. I had a lil Lululemon tote in my hand. I wanted strawberries. Before opening my mouth I already felt very demanding. I said to it, the X, I want strawberries with a little wine. Before I knew it, my bag was grabbed and flung to the floor. I went flying with it. On my knees, on the ground, I clung to my broken bag. The tears flowed down my cheeks. I looked up to see angry eyes looking back at me. My birthday was 3 days ago. This year marks the first time I got strawberries on my birthday. The one that came to my rescue says he will get them for me even when he is senile. He will write himself notes to remind himself. Sometimes things can turn around. I did pray for it, never imagining it could happen. I still get sad sometimes, but I remember that a good heart can put together the pieces. I don't think he even knows how I longed for this sweetness all my life. Strawberry. Story 74. Am I the jerk for losing weight after my in-laws kept insisting I'd get fat after moving abroad? I moved abroad with my husband about a year ago. Before we moved, my MIL and SAL would constantly make comments about how I was definitely going to gain weight once I got here. Like. All the time. They'd say things like, "Just wait until you move there, everyone gains weight. You should buy bigger clothes now. You'll see, you're going to get chubby." Stuff like that. At first I'd laugh it off and tell them I wasn't planning on gaining weight and that I'd try to stay active and eat normally, but they acted like it was impossible not to gain weight here. To be fair, during the first couple months after moving, I did gain around 13 pounds. New country, stress, eating out more, different routine, all of that. But eventually I started feeling uncomfortable in my body and decided to lose the weight for myself. I changed my habits slowly, started cooking more, walking more, and lost about 33 pounds total. Part of it honestly was because I wanted to prove them wrong. Not gonna lie. Their comments got under my skin. Now my MIL keeps telling me I'm getting too skinny, and saying people will think my husband doesn't feed me or that he's starving me. Which is ridiculous because my husband has been supportive the entire time. He literally tells me he only cares that I'm healthy and happy and that I'm not developing an unhealthy obsession with weight loss or food. For context, I'm eating normally, and I'm not underweight or anything extreme. My weight is 132 pounds and I'm 5 feet 4 inches. But now I'm wondering if I became petty about the whole thing because part of my motivation really was wanting to prove them wrong after months of comments about my body. Am I the jerk? Story 75. Am I the jerk for not caring about my manager's bonus? So I work at a pizza delivery place. We have a certain amount of time to get pizzas to the customer before it's considered late. Well, if the order goes into the yellow, it starts to affect the manager's bonus on his paycheck. I was going to take a double order. I was just waiting for the last pizza of the second order to be cut, then I could go. The orders were like a block away from each other. Well, the first order just entered the yellow and one of my coworker was yelling at me to take it. It had just been cut, so it hadn't been done cooking for more than a minute, so it was still fresh. I told my coworker that I will be taking a double, that the second order is almost done. My coworker goes off about how it affects the manager's bonus and if I don't take it now then he's going to skip me and take it instead. I told him I didn't really care about the manager's bonus. Gas is outrageous and am not about to drive 12 minutes just for an uncertain tip for one order. So am I the jerk for not caring about my manager's bonus? My manager makes $20+ an hour. I only make $5.45 an hour plus tips. Story 76. Am I the jerk for telling my grandfather he owes me an apology after his misunderstanding resulted in 2 serious accusations? A few days ago, my 27 grandfather, old M, accused my grandmother, old F, of infidelity due to a Facebook post made by my close friend, 26 M, of 10 years. He also accused me of being aware of the alleged affair and aiding her in hiding it from him. I'm disappointed in him for the way he handled the situation, and believe me and my grandmother are due an apology. My grandfather disagrees, so much so that he suggested polling a larger pool of people. Little does he know I'm off work tomorrow and have more than enough time to do just that, so here I am. The post that started this issue was created weeks ago and read, "Happy birthday wifey." Nothing else, just that. Again, this post was created by my close friend who happens to be a gay man. This fact is relevant to the story. My grandparents are aware of this fact and have been for years. He's always been accepted by my family. There has never been any tension between them. The day of her birthday my grandmother read the post aloud to me from across the room while my grandfather was present. No attempt was made to hide the post. Not only was it 100% public online, she also spoke the words and their sender's name aloud at full volume. At the time, my grandfather was unbothered. It wasn't until multiple weeks passed that my grandfather accused my grandmother of infidelity. His sole piece of evidence was the public post. The conflict was distressing for the entire family and resulted in my grandmother moving out. He also called and accused me of hiding the non-existent affair from him. This obviously hurt my feelings. After spending hours convincing him that the public Facebook post made by my gay best friend was a joke and did not indicate that he was referring to my grandmother as his literal wife, my grandfather realized his mistake. Rather than apologize, he insisted that we were the ones who owed him an apology, as we failed to explain the joke we were unaware that he was unaware of. Added context, my grandfather and I are very close. By all accounts, he's a genuinely kind and level-headed person and he would describe me in the same manner. He does not have a Facebook account. He often jokes about women flirting and asking for his number and this has never been a point of conflict. Cheating has never been an issue in the past. Neither of my grandparents go anywhere without the other and my grandfather's mobility is questionable, so it's unlikely he's cheating himself. Although he's never been one to apologize easily, this behavior is completely unlike him. He's not diagnosed with any form of dementia or mental illness, although this situation has prompted me to contact his doctor to refer him for testing simply because his behavior has concerned our entire family. Am I the jerk? Story 77. Am I the jerk for not letting my roommate's friend use my towel? I, F20, let my roommate's friend, Mike, F21 and M22 respectively, crash in our apartment for a few days while an event was going on that they were going to go to and our apartment is closer than Mike's place. We have separate bedrooms, and a shared common bathroom and he was going to stay in her room. They'd both be out of the app from around 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. for the event so it was basically just somewhere to sleep. I've met Mike in the past, and has let him stay over before with no issues, but we're not close. I found out that Mike has been using my towel in the bathroom after showering, 2 or 3 showers at that point. I'd been apparently incorrectly assuming he brought his own/an extra towel or was using my roommate's towel. They are hung on opposite ends of the towel bar and are different colors/patterns. The reason I figured this out was because I went in and realized my towel was missing from the bar even though I always put it there. The last person to use the bathroom was Mike, and my roommate has no reason to take it since she has her own normal towel. By the time I realized, they both had gone to sleep already, so I texted my roommate letting her know I wasn't okay with this and left sticky notes on the bathroom mirror directed at Mike telling him I was not happy with him using my towel, he was not welcome to use it, and to return it immediately. Mike got annoyed at me for overreacting, saying that it's just a towel, but I argued that if he was just drying his hands, I'd be okay with it, but after a shower, drying his body, is crossing a boundary line I don't see as unreasonable. My roommate agrees with me that it's crossing a line and didn't realize Mike had been using mine, also assumed Mike was using my roommate's, but thinks I might have overreacted a bit. Here's the short version: I let my roommate's friend stay over, and found out he had been using my towel without my permission to dry off after showering and I got upset. Edit to add, I know the sticky notes was on the passive-aggressive side, but I did have reason for it. As mentioned, they were out from early in the morning to late at night. If they came straight home after the events, they'd be back around 10, but often would go out to dinner or hang out with people and wouldn't get back till 12 to 1 a.m. I knew I likely wouldn't be up early enough to see Mike in the morning, and it was very possible that I'd miss him at night if I went to bed before they even got home. I also didn't and don't have a way of directly contacting Mike unless it's via asking my roommate to pass on a message. Story 78. Am I the jerk for having boundaries for my delivery? Am I the jerk? I'm pregnant and I'm getting induced next week. For context, my baby's father got another woman pregnant when he left me, and I have been with another man my whole pregnancy. I told her father I have boundaries for my comfort. I said he could be in the room mostly, but he wants to be the only one, and finally said when I'm pushing he wanted my husband out of the room, but I told him I wanted him there, and he says I'm being selfish and a jerk, etc. I told him it's my delivery and my comfort and I don't have to do anything, he says, but I don't know. He's not done anything for me this whole pregnancy other than stress me out, start drama and text me he loves the baby and paid for some of the baby shower. Am I the jerk? Story 79. Am I the jerk for leaving my friend of years stranded? Am I the jerk for leaving my friend stranded after I found out what he did? Me and my friend drove about an hour and a half to another city for a party. I was DD because he said he wanted to drink. Everything was normal until near the end of the night when one of my girlfriends came up and asked if I knew where he was because she looked uncomfortable. I found him outside trying to convince one of her friends who was absolutely wasted to go back to his car and sleep it off. I pulled him away and he started getting ticked off, saying I was overreacting and that she literally said yes. I told him we were leaving immediately and he kept arguing with me, so I got in my car and left. He ended up having to Uber back at like 4 a.m. and spent over $200 because we were far away. Now he's telling everyone I abandoned him drunk in another city and could have gotten him hurt, but I honestly don't even feel bad. Am I the jerk? Story 80. WIPTA. I accidentally got dragged into a couple's argument in a parking lot. I was just trying to get back to my car with my iced coffee when I walked past this couple clearly in the middle of a fight. As I was passing, the guy suddenly looked at me and goes, "Be honest, is liking your ex's vacation photos weird?" I just stood there for a second like, hey, I'm holding a coffee, why am I involved in this? Before I could even answer, his girlfriend goes, "See? Even she thinks it's weird." I don't know why, but I ended up saying, if you're asking random people in a parking lot, you probably know the answer. There was this awkward silence and then she pointed at me and said thank you. Rolling on the floor laughing. The guy just shook his head, got in the car, and mutters something like unbelievable. I got in my car feeling like I had somehow been selected for relationship jury duty, rolling on the floor laughing. Story 81. Today I messed up, almost cooked my relationship of 6 years. Today I messed up by accidentally making my girlfriend think I had a second phone. Last night I was trying to surprise her with concert tickets for her favorite artist and I didn't want her seeing the emails, so I logged into a separate email on an old phone I had in my drawer and ordered them on that. Today she came over while I was in the shower and apparently my old phone started blowing up because my friends were spamming our group chat. I walk out and she's sitting on the edge of my bed staring at me and goes, "How long?" I had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. She thought I had a secret relationship because apparently finding a hidden phone is like relationship nuclear war. She started crying before I even understood what was happening. I had to show her the tickets and my entire email history to prove I wasn't living a double life. Here's the short version. Used an old phone to secretly buy my girlfriend concert tickets. She found it while I was showering and thought I had a hidden second phone for cheating, leading to a full relationship nuclear meltdown before I could explain. Story 82. Today I messed up by liquefying my $100 jacket because I love the broccoli. Today I was sitting on a park bench enjoying the spring breeze and a perfectly rolled J, when suddenly, it went out. My lighter then died as I was relighting it, so I gripped tight and inhaled like a madman to keep the tip alight. In my fervor, I knocked the joint out of my lips and it disappeared from view. I combed the ground, scanned the bench, nothing. Unbeknownst to me, it was, literally, burning a hole in my pocket. Now, this is an athletic jacket made of ultralight synthetic, plastic, fibers. I couldn't detect a burning smell either, probably because I was outdoors. By the time it occurred to me where it had gone and I fished out the hot little culprit, it had already done its dirty work. This is an expensive jacket, but I was lucky and found it used at a thrift store. I'll likely never be able to find a similar one in my exact size again. I've held on to it for years and kept it in great condition. Until today, sad face. I shall forever wear my shame. Here's the short version: I was reckless with my Raleigh and it burned a hole in a jacket I can't afford to replace. Story 83. My pregnant partner is drinking heavily, and I don't know how to handle this anymore. Hello all. I have been with my girlfriend for over 4 years. We share and she is currently about 3 months pregnant with our second child. I am writing this because I am at a breaking point. My partner is drinking heavily. It is not an occasional sip, she is consistently at a level I would describe as between buzzed or drunk on a regular basis. I discovered she was drinking during our first pregnancy about 7 months in. At the time, I was naive and didn't fully realize the extent of the issue. Thankfully, our first child is healthy now, though she was born small and required an early delivery. I am terrified about the risks to the baby she is currently carrying. Whenever I try to address the drinking, she becomes defensive, and the conversation always turns into an argument where I am somehow at fault. 90% of our arguments happen when she is intoxicated and acting aggressively toward me. I didn't realize the severity of her relationship with alcohol when we first got together, though I have since learned she had a DUI at 18 and has spoken openly about heavy drinking since she was a young teen. It has become increasingly obvious that this is a long-standing issue. We both have children from previous relationships. I have a with shared custody, she has an with shared custody. I have been telling myself to stick it out for the sake of the kids, but I don't think I can do it anymore. It pains me to think about bringing another child into a separated home, but I am out of options. She shuts me out, refuses to explain herself, and refuses to engage in a calm conversation about it. I am looking for insight from anyone who has gone through something similar or who has experience with a partner dealing with addiction during pregnancy. How do I protect the children, and is there any way to actually get through to her, or is it time to leave? Story 84. I, 29F, am 8 months pregnant with my, M51, boyfriend and he has been texting and meeting with his ex without my knowing. How do I move forward? This is my first post ever on Reddit. I really need the support during this time of my life. I don't feel like I have anyone to talk to and get clarity on this situation. I, 29F, am 8 months pregnant with my, M51, boyfriend that we have been together for 2 years. I have been more happy with him than anyone in my whole life and he has made me feel more special and seen than anyone I've ever been with. When I became pregnant, it wasn't planned but he agreed to support me with whatever choice I made. Since being pregnant with him and feeling more hormonal than usual at this time, I have been having growing suspicions about what he is doing or seeing on his phone. Backstory: him and I have been arguing much more lately because I feel like he hasn't been spending much time with me getting things ready for our son to be born. We don't live together yet. I live in an apartment with my daughter who is 5 from a previous relationship and he has a daughter who is 15 from a previous relationship and he lives in a trailer with her in town close to where I live. We have been slowly trying to bring our family together as a unit but I don't feel like he has been putting in much if any effort to make it happen. He spends 1 week on with his daughter and 1 week off from her to be with me at my house and it feels like all tasks have fallen onto my shoulders to bring our families together and because of this I have been complaining that he hasn't been putting in effort to bring our family together before our baby to be born and to help me set things up for the baby as well. A few weeks ago we had a big argument about all of this and I finally gained the courage to ask to see his phone. At first he was hesitant but gave it to me. I ended up finding porn on his Reddit. Which he has told me when we first got together that he never watched porn and we both agreed that was something we wouldn't have in our relationship. So he lied about that for 2 years. But the worst part was that in his messages he was talking to an ex he never told me about. He has told me about all his past exes over the years and I didn't have a problem with him being friends with one of them which was his most recent ex. They had a good relationship that ended mutually because he didn't want kids with her and felt their relationship wasn't passionate enough. Him and the ex I didn't know about talked a few times a month and called each other either early morning or late at night and sometimes a few times a week. It was kind of inconsistent but it kind of felt intimate. Nothing sexual that I could see. But he had met up with her and her kids a few times since him and I were together and I had no idea about it. They exchange texts like, "I love you so very much red heart," and, "I miss you so very much." A lot, as well as him sending her a lot of cute selfie pictures from his past dating app of himself that I don't even own on my phone of him, which broke my heart a lot. He sent her pictures of poems he wrote, he is a writer, that I haven't even seen before. And they have exchanged photos of each other when they used to date 20 years ago and romanticized the time they had spent together then. He was very defensive about it when I expressed concern, and he told me that I was jealous and insecure. I also had found that he was talking to a young woman about my age, that he knew her when she was very young and was his friend's daughter at the time when he lived in Idaho. He claims she reached out to him years later and expressed her gratitude for him helping raise her. But she calls him baby. He says that's how she normally talks to everyone apparently, and says, "I love you," to him and calls him at least once a week. He admitted that she can be flirtatious but that it is harmless. I told him he should have boundaries with her, and he claimed he didn't want to hurt her feelings. I am sorry for the long post, but at the end of all of this, when I expressed my discomfort in him talking to his ex the way he did and met up with her, he was extremely defensive and claimed I was crazy and psycho because she is married with kids and he dated her 20 years ago and has no feelings for her. He told me that I was psycho and crazy for having these concerns and for asking to see his phone. I feel very vulnerable at this time, being 8 months pregnant and at the very end of my pregnancy. I just wish to have some clarity because a part of me cannot believe this is happening. Story 85. I, F28, feel emotionally disconnected from my partner, M33. What's the move to navigate this issue? I have been with my partner for 2 years. From the start I have mentioned I have chronic anxiety and panic attacks. Never once was I asked why from my partner, M33, but I have been met with a lot of support in the moment I have anxiety, which has built a lot of trust. The last few months I have started to feel resentful when I mention something I can relate to regarding trauma and leave the door open for him to learn more, and he doesn't ask any questions. I have mentioned to him that I wish to share more about my past, my triggers, for him to have a better understanding. Yet still, he never brings up the topic or asks me questions. I am usually an open book, but I am aware of trauma dumping, so I will only share my story when the other person is interested and receptive, and I have not felt that from him, which makes me feel unseen. I have been in therapy for years, and even done EMDR therapy in our relationship, and I have told him I am struggling with my sessions, and never once has he asked, why, or, would you like to share it with me? I can't help but feel he's a bit uninterested in my personal struggles. When I ask him why he doesn't ask more questions, he says, I don't know what to ask. After I start the conversation and have even given small details for him to just be silent. Sometimes I feel like I have had deeper convos with strangers I meet in day-to-day life. I've been told it's not important to share all aspects of the past, but for me it feels important to be understood on what I struggle with. Is it possibly our communication styles and level of deepness in a relationship are not compatible? Story 86. She said something super racist after dating for 4 years. Me Hispanic and my partner non-Hispanic were talking, and she was telling a story about high school, and openly said the words, "and the beaners sit over there." She was saying it to her mom, describing her school at the time, and her mom had corrected her in the moment. My question pertains to now. She openly used the term beaners as she was telling me the story from back then, and I was instantly offended. We've been dating for almost 4 years. This was a major shock for me to even hear her speak this way, and since that happened, 2 days ago, I keep contemplating if it's a deal breaker for me, but I don't know what to do in the situation, because in every other situation this is the person I consider my safe haven from the world. But for a European white-skinned person to just blast out the beaner word directly in front of a Mexican. I'm needing some input here. Story 87. Awkward threesome I keep thinking about. And this happened when I was 20. I had an awkward threesome with my ex-GF and our buddy. She was 20 and he was a 25 black dude. We met at a bar and we would occasionally hang out with him. Anyways, we talked about it and decided to give it a go and asked buddy to join. We were in my room and my GF pulled both our pants down to give us some head, and the dude was way more hung compared to me. He must have been close to 9 inches compared to my 5. I can tell she tried to hide the slight nervousness, but I can see it in her eyes. Anyways, she starts sucking us off back and forth, but then the dude tells her to use 2 hands while sucking his jerk, and she listened, and I was left standing there for 5 minutes watching her suck this dude's jerk while she was stroking him. From what I remember, he brought her to the bed and they got into the missionary position, and she got nervous and told him to be slow. He told me I might have to wait a few minutes so she can get used to his size. I was like, yeah, no problem, it makes sense. Long story short, a few minutes turned into what felt like 30 minutes of him slowly freaking her. She would moan in pain and pleasure, making sounds like she was gasping for air, and he'd kiss her lips and her neck to get her more aroused. I remember after a while he finally started going faster but didn't go all the way in. She would occasionally glance at me while holding him. What really hit my ego was when I asked if the dude needed a break so I can take over, and they both ignored me and continued to freak for a few more minutes. I saw her legs shake and she planted her face into his neck as they had slow sex, and I can tell she was coming. Eventually he did as well, but on her stomach. It was weird cause she was tuckered out and well, I didn't get to do much. Very awkward memory I often think about. Story 88. Is the Reddit rabbit hole making things worse? I have a few subliminal kinks and fantasies that have been mine to keep to myself for many years, but sharing and exploring on Reddit has broadened those into aspects I previously would not have considered. In some respects that has not all been positive, and it has taken willpower not to fall down some rabbit holes of questionable morality. Thought to be honest, in some cases there were enticing temptations that I could not resist. Story 89. Unintentionally toxic. I just realized I ruined any chance with my ex in the dumbest way. So I recently broke up with my ex because since the start of this year I have been in a deep depression, and she didn't want to be in a relationship with someone who could barely get out of bed to ticked off. To her credit, she tried to get me to be more active and get better. I was too deep in my feels. Recently, every time I have hung out with her, I am a little more like myself and have some fun. Then I see her new friends, our new boyfriend, her new group of people, and I leave because I fall back into my feels. Then I do something to pull away even more, like not accepting invites, ignoring friend requests, admiring to jealousy or something. On paper it sounds like I'm playing a kind game, a give and take to mess with people. In reality, when everyone leaves and it gets quiet, my brain just reminds me of all the reasons I won't get her back and how me sticking around will cause more problems for her down the road. So I pull back. Yesterday I left her Discord server when I was helping in it just a few days before. Story 90. Coxa experience. I've tried to talk about this on another platform, but it got removed there. I have kept this secret to myself all 19 years of my life. I plan to tell no one but here. When I was younger I really wanted mobile phones, since that's popular within kids my age. Once I got mine, my parents reminded me not to search things I shouldn't, but not all kids listen. Giving a child boundless access to the internet unsupervised is never a good idea. Younger me was curious about a lot of things, cartoons, toys, and things adults would do. I don't know how I stumbled upon our 18 things, but it happened. It corrupted my young mind. I think I was about 9 to 10 then. I wanted to try what they did in those videos. Then my naive mind tagged my younger brother along and did inappropriate things I'd rather not remember. There was no insertion involved, but it's still SA. Then when I felt like it was too dangerous to do, I stopped. I didn't want to risk being found out. I am still guilty of what I did before. I don't even know if my younger brother remembers or he's just keeping quiet. I don't know what to do about this. Every time I think I forgot, I remember again. I want to apologize, but that wouldn't fix what I did, nor do I think we'll be hanging out the same. My last message are for future parents. Please monitor what you give to your kid or educate them enough. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. Story 91. Real story of me and my sister in body text. When sister was young, at that time she used to bath and ran to the clothes changing room every day naked. I used to see her pussy every day, and at that time her pussy was not tanned, but with time her pussy got tanning, and it was so hot that it made me felt horny for the first time for her. Then on winters we usually sleep in other room. One day she and I only slept together. On that night I started touching her day by day. At first I was touching her butts inside her underwear and trying to get my hands more inside. One day I successfully touched her young pubic hair pussy. It was so hot, and that day she was acting like she is asleep, but later on after some time while touching I saw her secretly opening her eyes to see what exactly I am doing, and I saw that she is awake. I take out my hand of her pants and slept quietly, and after that day we didn't slept in other room together, but one night we finally again slept together. But I was afraid and I didn't had any intention of doing anything out of fear, but that night she was trying hard to get her hand into my pants and I was very excited that she will hold my jerk for the first time, but she was unsuccessful. Another day while sleeping we both tried to get close to each other, and that day our legs and thigh were crossed inside both, and she with her knee she touched my jerk area but not my jerk cause my jerk was pushed back. So now after 2 to 3 years we didn't had any other sexual moment, but I have remembered that we usually physically fight a lot, and intentionally she has touched my jerk while fighting, and I have while she was sleeping wearing half pants. I saw her pussy through side view after a long time. So now I don't know what to do. I want to do sex with her but I don't know how I would do it. Direct messages to guide and I will say our age and all there. Story 92. My mother wants me to go on Ozempic. I have been pressured over the last week to go on Ozempics by my mother. I have repeatedly told her no. Even though I am over 110 kilograms, I have had an ED, mix of anorexia and binge eating thoughts and behaviors, since I was 6. I went to rehab last year, and have started my recovery process. There has definitely been some ups and downs since coming back home. I am struggle with PCOS/insulin resistance. My mum is needing to lose weight for a surgery, but they are putting her on different medications for weight loss, so my mum wants me to use the rest of her Ozempic supply. I will say like I definitely know my weight is impacting my body, but I am trying to work on that without relying on ED behaviors and weight loss solutions, as per my goals leaving rehab, that my mum is aware of. Additionally, when I got diagnosed with PCOS years ago, my mum asked my GP if I can go on Ozempic, and my GP was very firm, and still is. This whole situation is getting to me and I just need to get it off my chest. Story 93. I didn't have anonymity in accessing my EAP. I've been having a rough time. My work offers an EAP that is in-person sessions with a psychologist, completely anonymous. I worked up the nerve to call one of the psychology places to make an appointment, told them the name of my company, and they said that I need to give them the password. Apparently my company has put a 4-digit password code onto the sessions and you need to tell them the code to be able to access. I don't know the code. I looked through all of my welcome emails, the entire policy handbook including the EAP section. No one told me it when I was onboarding. The code was nowhere. I didn't know the code. I felt so discouraged and cancelled my appointment that same day I'd made it. Over time I kept feeling like I still need that EAP but felt too ashamed and embarrassed knowing that if I wanted it I'd have to ask someone I work with what the code is. Today, at least a month later, I worked up the courage to tell the admin lady that I've tried using the EAP and that I can't access it because I need the password. She was the one who explained the EAP when I was being onboarded. At first she said EAP, not even knowing what I was talking about, so I had to explain the Employee Assistance Program. Then she re-explained, unprompted, how it's sessions with a psychologist and completely anonymous, and I tried to say that it's not really anonymous if I have to ask someone for the password, but she didn't get it. She said she doesn't even really know much about it and named these 2 other people that she's gonna ask about it for me. I left so ashamed. Now 3 people in the office will know that I'm using the EAP. I got in my car and cried. I know that mental health is nothing to be embarrassed about. As a mental health worker I preach that all the time, but it still feels so embarrassing and shameful and emotionally heavy. I hate that I wasn't able to access it anonymously. Story 94. Will I eat tomorrow? It's the thought I have every night, will I eat tomorrow? I'm all alone, living paycheck to paycheck, and I don't miss you but I miss the stability I had when you were around. I miss buying silly things and eating pizza and having a stable bedroom and not having to worry about food. You were horrible to me, but I had food. I think about that a lot, how I was suffocating under your weight and now I'm free of you but still without air. Story 95. I realized that I was a bully. I had what I thought was a tight-knit group of friends in elementary school, myself and 4 other girls. To put it bluntly, I was a horrible friend to all of them. I was bossy, threw a fit when things didn't go my way, very controlling and teased them all relentlessly, but I always got laughs back, so I naively thought it was okay. One girl in particular, who I would consider my closest friend, silly of me, was the victim of the most teasing. After years of being the center of my harassment, she finally sat me down one day and she didn't like being my friend, that I was, frankly, a bully. And she was completely right. The way I treated her, my best friend, was horrible. I don't want to go into specifics, I never hit her or gossiped about her behind her back, but the roles I'd have her when we played pretend, the things I'd say to her face, she was completely right, I was a bully. About a year before this conversation, when we were halfway through school, a new girl joined our class. She fit right into my friend group, played along with all my games, she was shy and a little awkward but everyone liked her. Fast forward, we remained in the same circle of friends. I tried to stop, I tried to be better, but it was impossible to go back to how I thought things had been. You could see her drifting away, could see our other friends still circling me when they should have been supporting her. The new girl started to get uncomfortably close to me, teasing me the same way I had my best friend. She asked me constantly if I liked her, if we were good friends, and always had to be touching me in some way. And then my things started to go missing, my workbooks, things I brought to school for show and tell, my shoes, my lunch. During pretend play, she would always pretend that I hit her when I had never touched her. She pushed me over the edge until I cried, mocked me in front of all our classmates, and then one day someone brought a sharp object to school and cut up my jacket into ribbons during gym class, leaving it out for everyone to find when I got back. Parents were called, the principals sat everyone in my circle down incised. Turns out it was the new girl. We were separated from that day onward, not allowed to be in the same class, she had to eat lunch alone in a room away from me. I'm sure why she did it, maybe it was retribution for my best friend, maybe it was to teach me a lesson. It worked. It went on like that, and continued into middle school. The order for us to be separated still stood, but we were allowed to eat lunch together. My best friend found new friends at our much larger school, while I remained with the circle, and the new girl also remained without the circle. My friends invited her to sit with us despite what she'd done to me, and I never said a thing, not one thing, even though I was beyond hurt by these people. By that time, I'd mellowed out, I always asked people for their opinions, never spoke first, never spoke over people, kept everything locked tight so I didn't turn back into the monster I'd been in elementary school. Honestly, it was horrible. I had to spend every moment of recess with this girl who I hated for what she'd put me through, and friends who clearly liked her more than I did despite what she'd done to me. It really made me think though. I thought and I realized what I'd done to my old best friend was almost exactly what was happening to me, and I knew I deserved it. I knew I was getting a taste of what I'd done to her done to me. I made her life unbearable. She had to find new friends the second she got a chance, and now I also felt like I had no choice but to leave. So I did. The moment I found out I could transfer schools for high school, I did. I left my friend group and my old best friend and the new girl behind and never looked back. I wanted a new start for myself. I wanted to get away from new girl, but I also, probably naively, hoped that my old best friend could get the life and friends back that I'd ruined for her, that she'd be better for it without me around to remind her constantly of what she'd gone through. I'm in high school now. I reached out to her to meet up and I apologized, I hope, sincerely for everything I put her through when we were kids. I didn't justify any of it, but I tried to explain that I was just a selfish kid who couldn't handle it when things didn't go my way, and that I took it out on her and I was so unfair. I told her I hope she is doing well and will continue to do well, and she thanked me for it. That selfish part of me still wonders if I apologized for my own benefit. I was mortified, telling her how sorry I was. I hope she believed me, and if she didn't, I'm still grateful to her that she agreed to meet up with me. It's been a few months since then and we haven't spoken. I don't think we will. I don't want to bring up bad memories for her. I still think about what I did to her constantly. The memories will probably haunt me for the rest of my life, and I deserve to be reminded of how I acted. It's the least I deserve. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this, but if you made it this far, thank you. Story 96. Feelings of shame. I recently lost my virginity to a guy at my school, He told the whole school. All the teachers know, admin, everyone. Even the elementary teachers. I go to a Catholic school for reference. Nobody cares what he did. I lost all my friends. I feel so ashamed. I feel ashamed for being a girl. I feel ashamed for having a vagina. I genuinely cannot look at my body without being disgusted. I can't stop crying over how much shame I feel, and I don't even know what to say anymore. I just feel so ashamed and like I'm bad and dirty and I'm not good anymore and that I'm a bad person. Story 97. Am I the jerk for exposing my dad for lying to a family friend about the money I spend? My dad, known as Papa to me because I have two dads, gives me, junior in college, $100 a month to spend on things I enjoy such as hangouts, food to eat out, etc., and deposits it into my bank account directly. On top of this, I have a college fund that pays for school-related expenses such as food, books, tuition, etc. It does not pay for non-food items such as toiletries, cleaning supplies, etc. I am a full-time student, 16 credits during fall and spring and 6 credits during the summer without fail. When I was in my senior year of high school, I held 2 part-time jobs, juggled 2 AP classes, graduated a year and a half early, by completing what would have been my spring junior and senior year's worth of work as a sophomore. When I graduated and was preparing for college, my papa told me to quit both of my jobs to focus full-time on school. He was adamant and promised that he would cover my expenses so I could focus on my education. I was reluctant, but agreed. When freshman year college started, I was living in a dorm on the required meal plan. However, I am a vegetarian. The dining hall was never prepared to make sure there was enough vegetarian food for those who were actually vegetarian and those who just wanted the fully veggie food. I barely had anything to eat for lunch and dinner every weekday because it would always be gone by the time I could get there from classes. Knowing this, my papa would not allow me to purchase any food or supplies for the dorm. I was also unable to find a job near my school by the time I realized that it was going to be this way. I didn't have a car, had no money, no job, and was living off of $100 a month my other parent was providing me, divorced parents. At one point, I was walking around in the rain in Crocs that had burned a hole through the rubber. My papa has more than enough money to provide me at least an additional $100 to get something. My other parent is not as well off, so I never pushed for any more money from him. I eventually blew up at my papa telling him that he made me quit and lose my only forms of income and I was living off of scraps that year because he wouldn't uphold his promise. Fast forward to last week. My papa was talking about the money he was giving us to a family friend at my brother's high school graduation party. I overheard my papa telling him that he was giving me too much money because I already get enough from my dad, still $100 almost 2 years later. I was already heated hearing this, so I walked over and told the family friend everything I said above and my papa looked embarrassed by this. I feel like I might be overreacting only because I know a lot of college students get and have way less than I do. It's not that I'm ungrateful for the college fund and $100 I get, but it wasn't enough to live off of when I was a freshman. Am I the jerk for telling the true story and disrupting them / getting upset? / cross-posting / Story 98. I have to be romantically attached to 2 people at a time. So I'm gonna start off with I don't cheat. I have an anxious attachment style and I will become literally obsessed with my partners. To the point I'll adopt their personality and style. Then when things are over I don't know who I am and I'm just a Frankenstein mixture of all of my ex's personalities. My partner will literally become my whole life. It's unhealthy and oftentimes I don't even realize I'm doing it. I'm also obsessed with Michael Jackson. I do this similarly with him, just not in the same way because I don't actually know him. I'm also talking to this guy and it's getting really serious, like passionately making out and talking constantly serious. I'm worried I'll repeat the same cycle. So I've been attaching myself to MJ in order to not suck this man of all his joy and life. It's like a cheat code. If I'm sucking the blood from the neck of someone else, I'll be too full to suck his. Metaphorically speaking anyways. So far it's working. I think about this guy normally, I'll still be flustered and giddy or whatever, but now I have room to retreat if I want to. He knows I'm obsessed with MJ too, he even feeds into it by sending me reels daily and whatnot. He's starting to learn about him too, we'll spit facts at each other like a, who knows him better, competition. I don't know why he does that, I find it cute. When he mentioned MJ early on I was Lil Stop You Like Him. And he admitted he only knew like 3 songs. So he's clearly learning about him recently. But I feel so normal now, like I can give this guy just enough and take just enough, without the crazy. I'm planning on keeping my ED and BPD on the down low until it gets to a point where it's worth mentioning. I don't want to scare him off, but I just cracked the code. Dating MJ in my head and dating this guy in real life. Story 99. I realized that I was a bully. I had what I thought was a tight-knit group of friends in elementary school, myself and 4 other girls. To put it bluntly, I was a horrible friend to all of them. I was bossy, threw a fit when things didn't go my way, very controlling and teased them all relentlessly, but I always got laughs back, so I naively thought it was okay. One girl in particular, who I would consider my closest friend, silly of me, was the victim of the most teasing. After years of being the center of my harassment, she finally sat me down one day and she didn't like being my friend, that I was, frankly, a bully. And she was completely right. The way I treated her, my best friend, was horrible. I don't want to go into specifics, I never hit her or gossiped about her behind her back, but the roles I'd have her when we played pretend, the things I'd say to her face, she was completely right, I was a bully. About a year before this conversation, when we were halfway through school, a new girl joined our class. She fit right into my friend group, played along with all my games, she was shy and a little awkward but everyone liked her. Fast forward, we remained in the same circle of friends, I tried to stop, I tried to be better, but it was impossible to go back to how I thought things had been. You could see her drifting away, could see our other friends still circling me when they should have been supporting her. The new girl started to get uncomfortably close to me, teasing me the same way I had my best friend. She asked me constantly if I liked her, if we were good friends, and always had to be touching me in some way. And then my things started to go missing, my workbooks, things I brought to school for show and tell, my shoes, my lunch. During pretend play, she would always pretend that I hit her when I had never touched her. She pushed me over the edge until I cried, mocked me in front of all our classmates, and then one day someone brought a sharp object to school and cut up my jacket into ribbons during gym class, leaving it out for everyone to find when I got back. Parents were called, the principal sat everyone in my circle down incised. Turns out it was the new girl. We were separated from that day onward, not allowed to be in the same class, she had to eat lunch alone in a room away from me. I'm sure why she did it, maybe it was retribution for my best friend, maybe it was to teach me a lesson. It worked. It went on like that, and continued into middle school. The order for us to be separated still stood, but we were allowed to eat lunch together. My best friend found new friends at our much larger school, while I remained with the circle, and the new girl also remained without the circle. My friends invited her to sit with us despite what she'd done to me, and I never said a thing, not one thing, even though I was beyond hurt by these people. By that time, I'd mellowed out, I always asked people for their opinions, never spoke first, never spoke over people, kept everything locked tight so I didn't turn back into the monster I'd been in elementary school. Honestly, it was horrible, I had to spend every moment of recess with this girl who I hated for what she'd put me through, and friends who clearly liked her more than I did despite what she'd done to me. It really made me think though, I thought and I realized what I'd done to my old best friend was almost exactly what was happening to me, and I knew I deserved it, I knew I was getting a taste of what I'd done to her done to me. I made her life unbearable. She had to find new friends the second she got a chance, and now I also felt like I had no choice but to leave. So I did. The moment I found out I could transfer schools for high school, I did. I left my friend group and my old best friend and the new girl behind and never looked back. I wanted a new start for myself. I wanted to get away from new girl, but I also, probably naively, hoped that my old best friend could get the life and friends back that I'd ruined for her, that she'd be better for it without me around to remind her constantly of what she'd gone through. I'm in high school now. I reached out to her to meet up and I apologized, I hope, sincerely for everything I put her through when we're kids. I didn't justify any of it, but I tried to explain that I was just a selfish kid who couldn't handle it when things didn't go my way, and that I took it out on her and I was so unfair. I told her I hope she is doing well and will continue to do well, and she thanked me for it. That selfish part of me still wonders if I apologized for my own benefit. I was mortified, telling her how sorry I was. I hope she believed me, and if she didn't, I'm still grateful to her that she agreed to meet up with me. It's been a few months since then and we haven't spoken. I don't think we will. I don't want to bring up bad memories for her. I still think about what I did to her constantly. The memories will probably haunt me for the rest of my life, and I deserve to be reminded of how I acted. It's the least I deserve. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this, but if you made it this far, thank you. Story 100. Am I the jerk for exposing my dad for lying to a family friend about the money I spend? My dad, known as Papa to me because I have two dads, gives me, junior in college, $100 a month to spend on things I enjoy such as hangouts, food to eat out, etc., and deposits it into my bank account directly. On top of this, I have a college fund that pays for school-related expenses such as food, books, tuition, etc. It does not pay for non-food items such as toiletries, cleaning supplies, etc. I am a full-time student, 16 credits during fall and spring and 6 credits during the summer without fail. When I was in my senior year of high school, I held 2 part-time jobs, juggled 2 AP classes, graduated a year and a half early, by completing what would have been my spring junior and senior year's worth of work as a sophomore. When I graduated and was preparing for college, my papa told me to quit both of my jobs to focus full-time on school. He was adamant and promised that he would cover my expenses so I could focus on my education. I was reluctant, but agreed. When freshman year college started, I was living in a dorm on the required meal plan. However, I am a vegetarian. The dining hall was never prepared to make sure there was enough vegetarian food for those who were actually vegetarian and those who just wanted the fully veggie food. I barely had anything to eat for lunch and dinner every weekday because it would always be gone by the time I could get there from classes. Knowing this, my papa would not allow me to purchase any food or supplies for the dorm. I was also unable to find a job near my school by the time I realized that it was going to be this way. I didn't have a car, had no money, no job, and was living off of $100 a month my other parent was providing me, divorced parents. At one point, I was walking around in the rain in Crocs that had burned a hole through the rubber. My papa has more than enough money to provide me at least an additional $100 to get something. My other parent is not as well off, so I never pushed for any more money from him. I eventually blew up at my papa telling him that he made me quit and lose my only forms of income and I was living off of scraps that year because he wouldn't uphold his promise. Fast forward to last week. My papa was talking about the money he was giving us to a family friend at my brother's high school graduation party. I overheard my papa telling him that he was giving me too much money because I already get enough from my dad, still $100 almost 2 years later. I was already heated hearing this, so I walked over and told the family friend everything I said above and my papa looked embarrassed by this. I feel like I might be overreacting only because I know a lot of college students get and have way less than I do. It's not that I'm ungrateful for the college fund and $100 I get, but it wasn't enough to live off of when I was a freshman. Am I the jerk for telling the true story and disrupting them / getting upset? / cross-posting / Story 101. I have to be romantically attached to 2 people at a time. So I'm gonna start off with I don't cheat. I have an anxious attachment style and I will become literally obsessed with my partners. To the point I'll adopt their personality and style. Then when things are over I don't know who I am and I'm just a Frankenstein mixture of all of my ex's personalities. My partner will literally become my whole life. It's unhealthy and oftentimes I don't even realize I'm doing it. I'm also obsessed with Michael Jackson. I do this similarly with him, just not in the same way because I don't actually know him. I'm also talking to this guy and it's getting really serious, like passionately making out and talking constantly serious. I'm worried I'll repeat the same cycle. So I've been attaching myself to MJ in order to not suck this man of all his joy and life. It's like a cheat code. If I'm sucking the blood from the neck of someone else, I'll be too full to suck his. Metaphorically speaking anyways. So far it's working. I think about this guy normally, I'll still be flustered and giddy or whatever but now I have room to retreat if I want to. He knows I'm obsessed with MJ too. He even feeds into it by sending me reels daily and whatnot. He's starting to learn about him too, we'll spit facts at each other like a, who knows him better, competition. I don't know why he does that, I find it cute. When he mentioned MJ early on I was Lila Stop You Like Him? And he admitted he only knew like 3 songs. So he's clearly learning about him recently. But I feel so normal now, like I can give this guy just enough and take just enough, without the crazy. I'm planning on keeping my ED and BPD on the down low until it gets to a point where it's worth mentioning. I don't want to scare him off, but I just cracked the code. Dating MJ in my head and dating this guy in real life. Story 102. I feel alone and it's exhausting. I, F24, broke up with my boyfriend, M23, exactly a year ago. We both were part of this friends group that I used to hang out with almost every day as we were from the same city and had the same interests. I loved being with them, they were my best friends and they were like brothers to me. On the contrary, my ex-boyfriend wasn't so good with me. He was emotionally unavailable, always embarrassed by me, very insecure and he also cheated on me. I broke up with him after 5 years of relationship. At first, my friends were very supportive. They would hang out with me and him, but then he started to become rather creepy. He would yell and get angry any time he saw me, sometimes he would cry for hours and I would feel deeply uncomfortable, so I stopped going out with them. Then, my friends who supported me for all of those years, started to drift apart from me. They started to hang out with my ex-boyfriend only, making plans in another group chat where I wasn't included, started playing together in new Discord servers I wasn't part of. I talked to them, confronted them, told them I was feeling isolated and alone and I wanted to be part of their live like I've been for all of those years. They ignored me, told me they knew my ex for much longer than me and that I wasn't really alone like I was telling them. So we stopped talking altogether. It's been 1 year since that happened, heard from them 1 to 2 times but not much. They still hang out without me. Me, on the contrary, I've tried making new friends but I'm never capable of feeling like I'm part of a group, it seems to me like I haven't found my people everywhere I look. I have lots of issues trusting people again, and I feel like I have lost all of this useless time. I have also developed a fear of missing out, always feel like I'm so easily replaceable. Some days I return home exhausted, going out all day with people I'm not even sure they like me. I lay in bed and I just feel so alone all the time, even if some might try to reassure me. Is this a normal experience to have? Has someone else been in this situation? Can someone give me any piece of advice at all? Story 103. Do I, M23, actually love my girlfriend, F24? I have been dating my girlfriend for 4 months now and I care for her a lot. But I don't know whether I care for her enough to consider it love. When we are together I feel a sense of peace and tranquility and I am way happier when I'm with her than I am when I'm not, but I don't ever get that feeling of butterflies in my stomach or excitement, and it makes me wonder whether I'm just missing something or if this is just what a healthy relationship looks like. Sex is great, and so is communication. I like the way I feel around her and the way she's been teaching me how to be better without even trying to. Like, my habits are consistently improving when she's around and I feel braver than ever. But I keep wondering whether something is missing. I do get these waves of affection sometimes when we are cuddling or in very ordinary situations where I feel like I'm going to word vomit and, I love you, but I don't want to say it before I'm sure. Story 104. I feel alone and it's exhausting. I, F24, broke up with my boyfriend, M23, exactly a year ago. We both were part of this friends group that I used to hang out with almost every day as we were from the same city and had the same interests. I loved being with them, they were my best friends and they were like brothers to me. On the contrary, my ex-boyfriend wasn't so good with me. He was emotionally unavailable, always embarrassed by me, very insecure, and he also cheated on me. I broke up with him after 5 years of relationship. At first, my friends were very supportive. They would hang out with me and him, but then he started to become rather creepy. He would yell and get angry any time he saw me, sometimes he would cry for hours and I would feel deeply uncomfortable, so I stopped going out with them. Then, my friends who supported me for all of those years, started to drift apart from me. They started to hang out with my ex-boyfriend only, making plans in another group chat where I wasn't included, started playing together in new Discord servers I wasn't part of. I talked to them, confronted them, told them I was feeling isolated and alone and I wanted to be part of their life like I've been for all of those years. They ignored me, told me they knew my ex for much longer than me and that I wasn't really alone like I was telling them. So we stopped talking altogether. It's been 1 year since that happened, heard from them 1 to 2 times but not much. They still hang out without me. Me, on the contrary, I've tried making new friends but I'm never capable of feeling like I'm part of a group, it seems to me like I haven't found my people everywhere I look. I have lots of issues trusting people again, and I feel like I have lost all of this useless time. I have also developed a fear of missing out, always feel like I'm so easily replaceable. Some days I return home exhausted, going out all day with people I'm not even sure they like me, I lay in bed and I just feel so alone all the time, even if some might try to reassure me. Is this a normal experience to have? Has someone else been in this situation? Can someone give me any piece of advice at all? Story 105. Do I, M23, actually love my girlfriend, F24? I have been dating my girlfriend for 4 months now and I care for her a lot. But I don't know whether I care for her enough to consider it love. When we are together I feel a sense of peace and tranquility and I am way happier when I'm with her than I am when I'm not, but I don't ever get that feeling of butterflies in my stomach or excitement, and it makes me wonder whether I'm just missing something or if this is just what a healthy relationship looks like. Sex is great, and so is communication. I like the way I feel around her and the way she's been teaching me how to be better without even trying to. Like, my habits are consistently improving when she's around and I feel braver than ever. But I keep wondering whether something is missing. I do get these waves of affection sometimes when we are cuddling or in very ordinary situations where I feel like I'm going to word vomit and, I love you, but I don't want to say it before I'm sure. Story 106. Guy I met I think at one point was a serial killer. So I've debated this for a while and I've always slept with it and told close friends, but now that I work night shift and listen to true crime as I work I just hear so many stories get connected through crap like this, and if someone truly dissects the information I'm about to drop it'd probably bring people closer or whatever the case may be, but anyways I'm not going to name drop bro, but if any of it is true it'd be insane. I meet this guy through the casino. Cool dude, and being in an area where there aren't many POCs it was cool to vibe with bro. One night him and his wife get into it. I don't necessarily know the details of what transpired, but something along the lines of her screaming off a porch that he's killing her. They get kicked out and evicted. I let him bum on my couch. Eventually we became real cool like bros FR and we move in together. He eventually brings his wife along for them to get into more drama, but that's another story. Anyways, the part that really just bothered me was the fact that when we did get close he just disclosed a lot of information to me. He told me that he shot his bus driver's son and mourned over the loss with her and it was never connected to him. He's told me a story of how a rival gang shot on their street and hit a bystander, so in retaliation they sat in someone's and lured the same guys there. Two of them hid while they kicked the door in and burned down the entire building, leaving 3 bodies inside to burn. I'm not sure how true, accurate or any of that is, but just seeing this guy's eyes, man, I feel like it's true. I was told this happened in either Baltimore or Virginia. I'm willing to discuss more. Story 107. Got broken up over popcorn. My ex-boyfriend would break up with me over like the dumbest things. One time, he made a deal that I buy the movie tickets and he pays for the food. Before we went to the theater, he went to the gas station and bought beer. When we were going to the theater, he said, "Can you give me your card?" And I said no because we made a deal. Mind you, he bought beer. He was trying to avoid our conversation by going to the bathroom, and when he came out, he said he's not gonna buy food, and I said I wanted to go home. He starts yelling and cussing at me once we get into the car. Threatens this whole breakup thing, and at the time, I was paying more than he was. He would just spend his money on alcohol or vapes. Story 108. Dating a overachiever. How do I stop feeling like she'll eventually leave me for someone better? I genuinely don't know if I'm overthinking this or if my fear is actually valid. My girlfriend is honestly the definition of an overachiever. She was a state topper in boards, got under 500 rank in one of the toughest competitive exams in our country, is a national-level dancer, sings beautifully, paints insanely well, and somehow still manages to have one of the best grades in her college. She even landed an internship in her first year that many fourth years dream about. On top of all that, she comes from a very rich family, is unbelievably gorgeous, has the kind of figure people literally turn around to look at, and has even acted in movies before. And then there's me. I'm just an engineering student from a private Tier 2 university. No big academic achievements, no crazy talent, not particularly good looking, 5 feet 8 inches, not fit either, and honestly pretty broke most of the time. Sometimes I literally save money for days just so we can go to the expensive cafes she likes. We've been dating for 6 months, and she genuinely loves me. She reassures me too. But deep down, this fear never leaves my head. What if one day she meets someone who is simply better than me in every way? Someone richer, smarter, better looking, more successful, more confident. I keep feeling like maybe I'm just not enough for someone like her. Has anyone else dated someone who felt completely out of their league? How do you stop feeling this constant fear that they'll eventually realize they can do better? Story 109. Am I being smart or overthinking this long-distance situation? I met a guy on Hinge around 4 months ago. He lives abroad but had come back to my home country for a couple of months to visit family. We matched literally a week before he was supposed to leave, so initially it was just flirting and casual conversations. He was busy wrapping things up before leaving and we never met in person. After he went back, we just kept talking. Fast forward almost 5 months and we talk every single day. Video calls, audio calls, texting constantly, emotional intimacy, future conversations, behaving very much like we're in a relationship. He says he's in love with me and wants labels/clarity about where this is going. The thing is, I have never met this man in person. I do trust him to a large extent and he has generally been emotionally available and reassuring. I've also been honest that I cannot fully commit or define this as a relationship until we actually meet and see how we feel in real life. For context, I'm and have never been in a relationship before. Never had physical intimacy either. Has had 3 serious relationships before and generally way more relationship/life experience than me. We've now started discussing meeting up. I already have a trip with friends planned later this year and suggested maybe I could extend it and meet him before/after. He got really excited and we've been discussing destinations, logistics, etc. Here's where my anxiety kicks in. He keeps implying physical intimacy in a fairly natural/flirty way and honestly part of me does want to explore that with him. I'm emotionally attached to him and attracted to him. But another part of me is terrified because I've never navigated this before. It's not even that I think he's dangerous or predatory. It's more that I don't fully trust myself yet in a situation where I'm emotionally invested already. We'd potentially be traveling together. There's romantic build-up over months. And I have zero prior experience with relationships/physical boundaries. I expressed this to him and he was reassuring. He said we don't have to do anything I'm not comfortable with, that he'd even be fine if all I wanted was a hug, that we could get twin beds etc. But I still feel conflicted because 1. I genuinely want closeness/intimacy with him. 2. I'm scared of putting myself in a situation where I might feel pressured emotionally even if he's not explicitly pressuring me. 3. I don't know if I'm being overly anxious/cautious or actually sensible. Has anyone else navigated meeting someone long distance for the first time when there was already strong emotional attachment involved? Especially as someone inexperienced with relationships? Story 110. Guy I met I think at one point was a serial killer. So I've debated this for a while and I've always slept with it and told close friends, but now that I work night shift and listen to true crime as I work, I just hear so many stories get connected through crap like this, and if someone truly dissects the information I'm about to drop, it'd probably bring people closer or whatever the case may be. But anyways, I'm not going to name drop bro, but if any of it is true it'd be insane. I meet this guy through the casino. Cool dude, and being in an area where there aren't many POCs it was cool to vibe with bro. One night him and his wife get into it. I don't necessarily know the details of what transpired, but something along the lines of her screaming off a porch that he's killing her. They get kicked out and evicted. I let him bum on my couch. Eventually we became real cool like bros fr and we move in together. He eventually brings his wife along for them to get into more drama, but that's another story. Anyways, the part that really just bothered me was the fact that when we did get close he just disclosed a lot of information to me. He told me that he shot his bus driver's son and mourned over the loss with her, and it was never connected to him. He's told me a story of how a rival gang shot on their street and hit a bystander, so in retaliation they sat in someone's and lured the same guys there. 2 of them hid while they kicked the door in and burned down the entire building, leaving 3 bodies inside to burn. I'm not sure how true, accurate or any of that is, but just seeing this guy's eyes, man, I feel like it's true. I was told this happened in either Baltimore or Virginia. I'm willing to discuss more. Story 111. Got broken up over popcorn. My ex-boyfriend would break up with me over like the dumbest things. One time, he made a deal that I buy the movie tickets and he pays for the food. Before we went to the theater, he went to the gas station and bought beer. When we were going to the theater, he said, "Can you give me your card?" and I said no because we made a deal. Mind you, he bought beer. He was trying to avoid our conversation by going to the bathroom, and when he came out, he said he's not gonna buy food, and I said I wanted to go home. He starts yelling and cussing at me once we get into the car. Threatens this whole breakup thing, and at the time, I was paying more than he was. He would just spend his money on alcohol or vapes. Story 112. Dating a overachiever. How do I stop feeling like she'll eventually leave me for someone better? I genuinely don't know if I'm overthinking this or if my fear is actually valid. My girlfriend is honestly the definition of an overachiever. She was a state topper in boards, got under 500 rank in one of the toughest competitive exams in our country, is a national level dancer, sings beautifully, paints insanely well, and somehow still manages to have one of the best grades in her college. She even landed an internship in her first year that many fourth years dream about. On top of all that, she comes from a very rich family, is unbelievably gorgeous, has the kind of figure people literally turn around to look at, and has even acted in movies before. And then there's me. I'm just an engineering student from a private Tier 2 university. No big academic achievements, no crazy talent, not particularly good looking, 5 feet 8 inches, not fit either, and honestly pretty broke most of the time. Sometimes I literally save money for days just so we can go to the expensive cafes she likes. We've been dating for 6 months, and she genuinely loves me. She reassures me too. But deep down, this fear never leaves my head. What if one day she meets someone who is simply better than me in every way? Someone richer, smarter, better looking, more successful, more confident. I keep feeling like maybe I'm just not enough for someone like her. Has anyone else dated someone who felt completely out of their league? How do you stop feeling this constant fear that they'll eventually realize they can do better? Story 113. Am I being smart or overthinking this long-distance situation? I met a guy on Hinge around 4 months ago. He lives abroad but had come back to my home country for a couple of months to visit family. We matched literally a week before he was supposed to leave, so initially it was just flirting and casual conversations. He was busy wrapping things up before leaving and we never met in person. After he went back, we just kept talking. Fast forward almost 5 months and we talk every single day. Video calls, audio calls, texting constantly, emotional intimacy, future conversations, behaving very much like we're in a relationship. He says he's in love with me and wants labels/clarity about where this is going. The thing is, I have never met this man in person. I do trust him to a large extent and he has generally been emotionally available and reassuring. I've also been honest that I cannot fully commit or define this as a relationship until we actually meet and see how we feel in real life. For context, I'm and have never been in a relationship before. Never had physical intimacy either. Has had 3 serious relationships before and generally way more relationship/life experience than me. We've now started discussing meeting up. I already have a trip with friends planned later this year and suggested maybe I could extend it and meet him before/after. He got really excited and we've been discussing destinations, logistics etc. Here's where my anxiety kicks in. He keeps implying physical intimacy in a fairly natural/flirty way and honestly part of me does want to explore that with him. I'm emotionally attached to him and attracted to him. But another part of me is terrified because I've never navigated this before. It's not even that I think he's dangerous or predatory. It's more that I don't fully trust myself yet in a situation where I'm emotionally invested already. We'd potentially be traveling together. There's romantic build-up over months. And I have zero prior experience with relationships/physical boundaries. I expressed this to him and he was reassuring. He said we don't have to do anything I'm not comfortable with, that he'd even be fine if all I wanted was a hug, that we could get twin beds etc. But I still feel conflicted because 1. I genuinely want closeness/intimacy with him. 2. I'm scared of putting myself in a situation where I might feel pressured emotionally even if he's not explicitly pressuring me. 3. I don't know if I'm being overly anxious/cautious or actually sensible. Has anyone else navigated meeting someone long distance for the first time when there was already strong emotional attachment involved? Especially as someone inexperienced with relationships? Story 114. I wish I was a man. I wish I was taller, stronger, more attractive, had a deeper voice. I wish I didn't have breasts or have to deal with my horrible menstrual cycles that nearly kill me each time. I wish I didn't have to deal with constant misogyny at home and throughout my entire childhood. I wish I had the ability to have children with another woman, to be able to actually impregnate her. Maybe that's weird, I don't know. I feel depressed. Story 115. I wish I was a man. I wish I was taller, stronger, more attractive, had a deeper voice. I wish I didn't have breasts or have to deal with my horrible menstrual cycles that nearly kill me each time. I wish I didn't have to deal with constant misogyny at home and throughout my entire childhood. I wish I had the ability to have children with another woman, to be able to actually impregnate her. Maybe that's weird, I don't know. I feel depressed. Story 116. I wish I was a man. I wish I was taller, stronger, more attractive, had a deeper voice. I wish I didn't have breasts or have to deal with my horrible menstrual cycles that nearly kill me each time. I wish I didn't have to deal with constant misogyny at home and throughout my entire childhood. I wish I had the ability to have children with another woman, to be able to actually impregnate her. Maybe that's weird, I don't know. I feel depressed. Story 117. I wish I was a man. I wish I was taller, stronger, more attractive, had a deeper voice. I wish I didn't have breasts or have to deal with my horrible menstrual cycles that nearly kill me each time. I wish I didn't have to deal with constant misogyny at home and throughout my entire childhood. I wish I had the ability to have children with another woman, to be able to actually impregnate her. Maybe that's weird, I don't know. I feel depressed. Story 118. I wish I was a man. I wish I was taller, stronger, more attractive, had a deeper voice. I wish I didn't have breasts or have to deal with my horrible menstrual cycles that nearly kill me each time. I wish I didn't have to deal with constant misogyny at home and throughout my entire childhood. I wish I had the ability to have children with another woman, to be able to actually impregnate her. Maybe that's weird, I don't know. I feel depressed. Story 119. Am I the jerk for not tipping waitress? Went to a super expensive restaurant, and while I don't believe in tipping back, employers should pay, I do realize that that's not the server's fault, so I usually tip anyway. Yesterday though, I got the wrong order after waiting for about 30 minutes, and when I tried sending it back, she argued that I was wrong and this is what I had ordered. Then she finally took it back after some arguing, got me the right thing, and spilled soy sauce on my dress, uneasy face. At this point I was ticked off and did not tip, and she started to lecture me about how it's basic decency to tip, that it's the bare minimum. This was super unprofessional and I told her that she provided horrible service the whole time. She then accused me of being rude to her, called me names, started to cry. Kinda felt bad then because maybe she was just having a bad day. Should I just have avoided the drama and paid? Am I the jerk? Story 120. My uncle freaking took himself a second wife. I'm so embarrassed to admit it, I better die than have someone who knows I'm his niece find out about it. I'm so glad my dad would never do something like that to my mom, but still it just hurts me to realize we're this disrespectful towards women, our nationality just keeps on embarrassing ourselves, I can't even defend my own people anymore. There was a huge scandal about a man marrying a woman while already having a wife and everyone was so mad about it, I thought like dang, such a horrific thing to happen, and now this is happening inside of our family. Bruh. He didn't even tell about it his wife who gave birth to 4 girls. No way this is actually happening. Story 121. Am I the jerk for not tipping waitress? Went to a super expensive restaurant, and while I don't believe in tipping back, employers should pay, I do realize that that's not the server's fault, so I usually tip anyway. Yesterday though, I got the wrong order after waiting for about 30 minutes, and when I tried sending it back, she argued that I was wrong and this is what I had ordered. Then she finally took it back after some arguing, got me the right thing, and spilled soy sauce on my dress, uneasy face. At this point I was ticked off and did not tip, and she started to lecture me about how it's basic decency to tip, that it's the bare minimum. This was super unprofessional and I told her that she provided horrible service the whole time. She then accused me of being rude to her, called me names, started to cry. Kinda felt bad then because maybe she was just having a bad day. Should I just have avoided the drama and paid? Am I the jerk? Story 122. My uncle freaking took himself a second wife. I'm so embarrassed to admit it, I better die than have someone who knows I'm his niece find out about it. I'm so glad my dad would never do something like that to my mom, but still it just hurts me to realize we're this disrespectful towards women, our nationality just keeps on embarrassing ourselves, I can't even defend my own people anymore. There was a huge scandal about a man marrying a woman while already having a wife and everyone was so mad about it, I thought like dang, such a horrific thing to happen, and now this is happening inside of our family. Bruh. He didn't even tell about it his wife who gave birth to 4 girls. No way this is actually happening. Story 123. Am I the jerk for calling my friend racist? I am Arab and live in a predominantly white country. I've never had an issue with this. People sometimes make snide remarks or stare at me, but it's very rare and it has never bothered me. A few weeks ago me and my friends were at a Lebanese restaurant, where they had hired an Arab belly dancer. My friends made jokes about how we're literally twins and that I should go speak with my people. I didn't take the joke to heart and even laughed along, and they never made jokes about my race after that. All of them but one friend. This friend was dragging it. She'd point at random brown-skinned men or women and ask if we're related. She once put her jacket on her hair as if to imitate a hijab and started acting like me. I don't even wear a hijab. She'd hear me talking to my dad on the phone in Arabic and start speaking gibberish as if to mock me or say something like, "Who are you putting a curse on?" It made me feel so annoyed and uncomfortable. I had told her to stop numerous times but she never did. What really ticked me off is when we were in history class and the teacher mentioned the word terrorism, and she looked at me and said, "Your favorite hobby, right? If you don't know, it's a stereotype that all Muslims are terrorists." And recently, after another one of these jokes, I just snapped at her and told her that she was being an annoying jerk and that nobody found these jokes funny and it's just an excuse for her to be racist towards me, etc. Obviously she got mad and we had a pretty bad fight, and now we're not speaking. Most of my friends are on my side and agree that she had no excuse to be acting this way. Others say that she was just joking and that I shouldn't have caused drama over something so minor. So with that said, am I the jerk? Story 124. Am I the jerk for calling my friend racist? I am Arab and live in a predominantly white country. I've never had an issue with this. People sometimes make snide remarks or stare at me, but it's very rare and it has never bothered me. A few weeks ago me and my friends were at a Lebanese restaurant, where they had hired an Arab belly dancer. My friends made jokes about how we're literally twins and that I should go speak with my people. I didn't take the joke to heart and even laughed along, and they never made jokes about my race after that. All of them but one friend. This friend was dragging it. She'd point at random brown-skinned men or women and ask if we're related. She once put her jacket on her hair as if to imitate a hijab and started acting like me. I don't even wear a hijab. She'd hear me talking to my dad on the phone in Arabic and start speaking gibberish as if to mock me or say something like, "Who are you putting a curse on?" It made me feel so annoyed and uncomfortable. I had told her to stop numerous times but she never did. What really ticked me off is when we were in history class and the teacher mentioned the word terrorism, and she looked at me and said, "Your favorite hobby, right? If you don't know, it's a stereotype that all Muslims are terrorists." And recently, after another one of these jokes, I just snapped at her and told her that she was being an annoying jerk and that nobody found these jokes funny and it's just an excuse for her to be racist towards me, etc. Obviously she got mad and we had a pretty bad fight, and now we're not speaking. Most of my friends are on my side and agree that she had no excuse to be acting this way. Others say that she was just joking and that I shouldn't have caused drama over something so minor. So with that said, am I the jerk? Story 125. I was a bully and now karma is punishing me. TW, group bullying. I don't want to offend anyone. I don't even think what I did was right, so don't be mean. Hi grinning cat face, how are you? Good, I'm glad. Well, what I wanted to ask is, do you believe in divine justice? Or karma? Maybe I'm starting to believe in it. I used to be a bully. Not a normal bully. I started bullying people because my daddy asked me to investigate low-income students and lure them into his private loan business. I've always been a daddy's girl. Surprisingly, it worked. My daddy ruined those people, but I enjoyed it. I had more presents, more video games. I was happy, good. In my high school there was my godmother, which was great. She sexually abused me. I hated feeling abused. I hated that she and I had sex and I took it out on others because of it. I didn't deserve that. But even though that happened, my godmother always defended me. She argued that the girls at school made up rumors about me because I was the daughter of a private moneylender. In my country it's frowned upon. Well, among my great evil deeds, I broke the leg of a girl who wanted to dedicate herself to doing taekwondo. She never did anything like that again. I remember hitting and threatening countless people. I also stared at my female classmates, and it wasn't a nice look. although they didn't notice, I was hypersexualized, I bullied a girl and caused her to be expelled, I blamed other students for the beatings I received from my alcoholic mother and my daddy. I didn't limit myself to just school being the place of bullying. I also stole a dog from its owner and bullied her at her workplace. I brought small coins and made her count them, then I complained to the manager. I threw water on a girl, I hit her relentlessly, because I hated what she was, that I hated that she dressed like a man and called herself a man. I forced her to act feminine, I put her head in the toilet and I mocked her whenever I could. They all started to hate me a lot, until a girl stabbed me in the hand with a pencil. It hurt, but she was the one expelled. I should mention that I was bullying her that time. My dad transferred me, and everything continued the same, only it was harder. I did it harder. I hated my mom for abandoning me, I hated my godmother for touching me, and I took it out on them. Finally, I finished high school and stopped bullying. I continued my bad life, until one day, leaving a party, a debtor of my daddy hit me from behind, repeatedly hitting me on the head. It hurt me a lot, but I didn't know anything. One of my friends helped me. She too had been one of my victims before, but she approached me to take advantage of me after sleeping with me. She received money, a scholarship, because I know I offered it to her, because she knew my sexual preferences. I don't think she was a lesbian, that's not the point. Well, when I got to the hospital, I had a seizure. Months later I found out I had epilepsy, and not only that, I'd had it all along, I just didn't know it, and now my epilepsy was out of control. Soon, it disabled me. I couldn't move my left leg properly, and my left eye wasn't working either. I have severe bradycardia, I even have a pacemaker, and somehow I think it's all a punishment that corresponds to every bad thing I've done. Am I crazy? I don't know, I feel terrible. I know I don't deserve forgiveness, and I told the victims that. I know I don't deserve it, but I can't ignore this. I'm not making excuses. What's more, I think I should die for all this, but I can't. The shaman told my mother that I was carrying the sins of my family and that I would die young because I am bad and because my family has been bad for years. Am I very superstitious? Do you think my godmother abused me as divine punishment? Well, that's all. And it hurts a lot, this disease hurts a lot, I really think it's a divine punishment. Am I being too superstitious? Story 126. I am debating leaving my boyfriend of 2 years over his incompetence. What would you do in my situation? My partner has a diagnosed learning disability, he literally doesn't process verbal information fast enough. I try to keep up, but it gets exhausting when I repeat things twice and he won't even look up from his phone. Everyone keeps telling me how much of a good guy he is, which is frustrating because I know what I deal with every day and I am also a good person. I don't know why this triggers me so much, but it does. We are on a trip for a friend's wedding. 15 minutes before we had to leave for the ceremony, he realized he forgot to bring a bow tie to the black tie wedding. We arrived late to the church after the bride walked the aisle because he made the Uber drive around multiple stores trying to find a bow tie. And of course everyone we meet along the way is always like, poor guy, it happens to anyone, and I'm just the hateful bee. The next day we were taking another flight to go visit my family. He forgot that he had medicine in the hotel fridge and didn't remember until we were at the airport, so we had to ask the taxi driver to drive back to the hotel and pay double the fare, of course. When we got to our destination he complained about the car reservation I made because I selected an automatic car in case I wanted or needed to drive and I didn't want to change it to manual. Yesterday during a tour he forgot his charger at a restaurant far from where we are staying and wanted to make the tour guide take us back to get it. Today, we are driving to another city and we have to go out of our way to back to get the effing charger. Instance number 4, and why I'm writing this post because it was my final straw. I have taken care of everything in this trip, flights, stays, tours, restaurants, etc. All except transportation to get to the next city because we weren't sure if we were going to take a bus, train, or road trip. I'm tired and I asked him to make a car rental reservation so he could go get the car and I could sleep in a little bit. Well, he did the reservation, but he did it under my name because supposedly, I already had an account, so when he got there to pick up the car this morning they of course told him I needed to be there because it was under my name, and of course, I lost it. This has all transpired within the course of a week and a half, leaving him over this feels a bit sudden, but at the same time there's a behavioral pattern that has been established since before this trip. Something that it's supposed to be fun and relaxing has been unnecessarily stressful.